and welcome along to the fourth day of action here in week 9 of Series 4 at the MODUS Super Series. Yesterday, Chris Landman became the first player to book his spot in finals night, and over the next 2 days and 4 sessions, we will find out the 5 players who are going to join him. Before we look ahead and preview Group C, let's have a little look at the players who are going to be taking part. Cam Crabtree has beaten the likes of Damon Heta and Martin Schindler in Players' Championship events this year and is starting to make a mark on the Dev Tour too. He was runner-up the last time he was here. Jelle Klaassen lacked consistency throughout his Group A campaign. Can he rediscover the form that saw him win Week 3 of Series 3? As for Adam Atkinson, he won just one of his 25 games when he was here a couple of weeks ago, but will be looking to right the wrongs in Group C this time around. Once he'd settled at the Super Series, Robin Vega showed he clearly has a high ceiling. Still learning, still developing, but as shown in Group A, capable of causing an upset. Johan van Velzen made a dream start to his Group A campaign. He rode his luck at times, but did treat us to some big finishes like this 1-4-5 against the Group A winner, Chris Landman. Stu Wilson finished runner-up in Group C the last time we saw him here, thanks to some clinical finishing. He'll fancy his chances of making finals night again this time around. Yeah, delighted to be joined by Paul Nicholson for the remainder of this week. We're just going to have a little look at the Group A table. Confirmation that Chris Landman is the first player through to finals night. And Paul, I'm really intrigued to get your opinions on Robin Vega in particular, because he's a player you know quite well. And we did see glimpses from him. It's just that confidence you feel for things to click for him.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think this week has been more about gaining experience. I spoke to Robin very briefly this morning, and he understands that. Even without, having a little bit of a conflab with him, he was all about, this is about gaining experience for myself. And he's learning at a rate here that he's probably never learned at before. So by the end of the week, he'll know a lot more about himself than he did prior. Yeah,
and it's fantastic, isn't it, to see the Super Series being used for different things, because we see the likes of Luke Littler come in here, but for Robin, it is being used in a different way. And you could see with the way he was managing to get over the line in some of the games, like against Jelle Klaassen and David Davis, that experience is proving vital.
It is, because when you think about his progress compared to some other people's, it may be slower, but at least he's going in the right direction, and he understands this. He's a very, very smart boy. But there are other narratives today. When you look at every player, they have their own motivations. And for Robin today, new group, maybe get a little bit further up the ladder and see how he feels. If he can push for second spot, I get the feeling that's probably going ahead of schedule. But ultimately, take the pressure off yourself. Enjoy these last 2 days. And if you can sneak that second spot, then have a finals night under your belt as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look then at the Group C betting slide for today and tomorrow. No surprise to see Cam Crabtree is the favourite to top the group, because he has been playing so well this year. A semi-final and quarter-final during the last block of development tour events in Hildesheim as well. He is so good.
He's been playing well for a good 18 months, and we don't need to talk about some of the performances he's put in here before as well. But ultimately, I think that is about spot on. Stu Wilson has made a finals night. He'll look to push to the top 2. Van Velzen is probably going to have to find maybe 3 or 4 points on his average over the course of the 2 days, just to trouble what I feel will be the top 2 in Crabtree and Klaassen. So we'll see how it works out, but that is pretty much spot on.
I just want a quick word as well on Adam Atkinson's mindset coming into this week, because we said he won just one of his 25 matches the last time we saw him here. How on earth do you manage to put that behind you so quickly?
I'm not sure, if I'm honest. And let's face it, when he played in Group C the last time, it was pretty bad. And I think what he wants to do is just have a little bit more in the way of game time, just to try and figure out how he goes in his own direction. You know how I said everybody's got their own motivations? His is about playing slightly better. It's probably not even about thinking about finals night and getting back to where he's been before, but just getting closer, I think, is his mindset.
Yeah, let's have a look then at the bet builder for this first session of 2 that we are bringing to you at the MODUS Super Series today. Talk us through these selections. They return 5.5 to 1.
Yes, they do. Crabtree and Klassen, which is going to be the quickest game of the day. Just to have 180 in that game at 8 to 15, that looks pretty likely. Van Velsen against Wilson, highest checker for Van Velsen. That's probably something to do with the fact that he's hit a 145 this week and some other shots as well. So that looks pretty inviting at 10 to 11. Wilson against Klassen, and the handicap on that one for Klassen to win 4-2 or better at 6 to 5. Of the 3, that's probably the biggest punt, hence it's the biggest price. Yeah,
Jelle Klaassen, it's going to be interesting to see how he goes about his business today, because he really lacked consistency in Group A. Is it just a case of finding form for him as well?
I think so, and I think the practice room dynamic will be different as well. I think it may be a bit quieter over the next couple of days, and that might suit him. And I think over the last 3 days, maybe he hasn't been the boss of the practice room, but maybe now he could be. He can have a little bit more swagger, a bit more confidence. And I think of everybody, I think he's probably the happiest that everything is back to square.
Absolutely. It is time to find out who will be the boss of Group C. Robin Bager takes on Stu Wilson in our opening game.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, we have our first match for you here on Thursday, Series 4, Week 9 in Group C. Interestingly enough, Bager had his best game of the week on his very first game on Monday. His highest average of the week. Stu Wilson, well, we know a bit about Stu. He's been here before. Made finals night. He'll be looking to start off well. And when you come in later in the week, you do come in and you've been watching your opponents during the week. So there'll be players this week that some of the guys coming into these groups won't have seen before, won't have known anything about. So they'd have kept their eye on it this week to see what the new guys have got.
100.
Well, let us see what Stu Wilson has got with those vibrant yellow flights. Up against someone playing their 4th day of the week. And for me, 59. I don't know how you feel about this, Scott, but I've got Stu Wilson as a marginal favourite in this game based on the fact that the last time he was in Group C activity, he did find himself in the top 2. And he will very much fancy his chances once again.
Well, you know what a draft player feels like. We get venues that we love to play. And then when you go back to that venue, you remember the good memories you have from that venue.
60.
And it does change you. It does change you. And you feel all of a sudden almost comfortable. But it's about not being over comfortable. Because when you then over relax and get over comfortable, you don't tend
60.
to quite concentrate in the same way.
Absolutely right. You don't want to think you're going to get there. You want to be confident that you will get there.
41.
But you know you're going to have to work for it. There are going to be ups and downs when you've got 10 games in a Group C scenario. And we don't need to go too far to ask someone about that, because
60.
It was Group C that you won a couple of weeks ago, and there were ups and downs in that campaign.
Yeah, it went right to the wire for me, and the very last game, and it was all to do with leg difference as well as how I topped the group. But as I was saying to Mace yesterday, I tried to avoid the table, tried to avoid the scenarios, and tried to keep winning games. And I think, you know, darts is a very simple game. It's 3 pointy things, a round thing on the wall, put your foot to there and do your best. And I think the more simple you can keep the game, the better it is. So I just tried to avoid that. Table in the back room is on a big computer screen that you can't avoid.
Is it easy to avoid it, or is it just everywhere around you as well as the people talking about it?
Yeah, the guys are talking about, they do talk about different scenarios between themselves. We had a really good bunch that week and or that couple of days, and everybody got on really well. But it was a kind of, having made the Saturday night as well, it was a kind of prequel.
97.
And the Saturday was a very different evening mentally.
2 data for both players after 6 visits, and this has got a little bit awkward. But it's on.
55.
And it was almost out.
Robin,
So Robin gets a first
48.
chance of the day. Averaged very well in his first game of the week, but lost it.
Game shot
And
on the
starts
first leg.
very
Robin
well on the
Baker.
doubles. I've known Robin quite a few years. We used to keep in touch on Instagram when I was on that particular social platform.
Second leg is Robin to throw first.
And his
Game on.
progression has been gradual. And I think he is very philosophical about the progress he has made over the last few years, alongside his studies. And coming here this week,
100.
it was an opportunity for him to see where he stands right now.
Yeah, and it's a good opportunity for him to see where he stands right now with players of kind of a fellow ilk, if you like.
85.
He's getting able to test himself against a former world champion, you know, in yellow class, and he's able to test himself against, you know, up and coming players like himself that some of our viewers
57.
wouldn't have seen before. But what I like about him is that, like you say, it's been a gradual progression. We've both seen players who have risen to the top very quickly
60.
and disappeared as quickly as they rose.
Yeah, that's very true. We don't expect Luke Littler to disappear. We expect him to stick around for a while because he is rather special. But
100.
we dig into the past a little bit and maybe even into the most recent history. There are players that were labelled as the next big thing, but have somewhat wilted.
60.
That's an unfortunate 60 there for Stu. 3 kissing the top wire.
Yeah, you probably feel, when you throw like that, you feel that you've had 180s that were further away than that.
77.
Play any sort of local stuff and your good pals are going to say, good grouping, Stu. But one of the reasons he gets that good grouping is because these darts are tapered towards that point
60.
and they can almost
Robin, you
magnetize
require
together.
167.
It's a very unusual grip that Robin has with that dart inside the fingertips up until finger 3, where it's almost over the top of the finger.
75.
Some dart grips just can't be coached. It's all about how you naturally pick up the dart and how you fling it. Yeah, there's another example of how close you can get them together. But this time,
Robin, you
in the
require
right bed.
92.
Baker under a bit of pressure here. Is he going ball? No, he backed himself to go treble 20. Switched across for the double.
49. Stu, you require 56.
The pressure was applied, considering that was the first maximum of the day. Good time to put it in. But can't find the double.
36.
And Robin gets a second chance.
Robin, you require 43.
Very close to the treble there for Baker, but he's readjusting.
Game shot on the
it's a good
second leg.
finish with his last
Robin
dart.
Baker.
But again, he sort of dodged a bullet there from Wilson with a big 180 and
Third leg, it's Stu to throw first. Game on.
had to let Stu miss to get his opportunity.
Well, this game is being played in a bracket that Robin will be very comfortable with.
28.
Throughout the course of the week, his daily averages have been dropping. Monday, mid-80s, 85.53 to be exact. Then he dropped a shade under 80 for Tuesday, and yesterday was his
80.
worst day of the week, just a shade over 72. Now, if that is to continue, it's legs like this that we have seen already today
140.
that will give him chances to win.
It will basically come into the zone that he's been playing, in that average zone that he's been playing. You know, he
83.
didn't have a great start. First thing on Monday, he had a blank canvas. His mind was free. he was throwing with freedom. But then he started to kind of chase by the end of Monday. He was
55.
chasing that win, and it started to affect him.
I hope for his sake that
48.
drawing a line under Group A is an opportunity for him to play with a bit more freedom. That has been seen before with many players having a bad Group A. And the advantageous side of Group A is that you do get a
60.
second chance.
I felt yesterday that if he could have just won a couple on the bounce, I think we'd have seen a spring in the step, a different speed. Because if you look on that throw, there's not a lot of back
56.
lift. And I think once you're not having a big back lift to push through, you can be a little erratic. It doesn't look far enough for me back.
You could actually say the same about Stu Wilson. That does not
94.
come back a great deal at all. It's all about the forward thrust. But you're right, there's a little bit of drawback there, but it's not much. It's quite a whippy action.
42.
And if you
Stu
cast your
required
eye
124.
for the next couple of legs over Robin's darts, if the pattern is to be continued, he's missing his targets low.
60.
Will that continue here and visit 6? There you go. It's low again and low again. So that's something that needs to
25.
change.
Stu, you require 64.
You only need one low dart to obscure your target and cause you a few problems. Wilson looks odds on for this one.
Game
Well,
shot.
that was
on the
a nice
third
little
leg.
kiss off dart
Stu
too, wasn't it?
Wilson.
Sometimes you do need a bit of a buddy to get your first leg of the day, and Stu Wilson has just found his.
Fourth leg, it's Robin to throw first. Game on.
So if he's as smart as I think he is, he's got to start just raising that elbow just a tiny, tiny bit.
85.
The reason I say that is because if you start raising that elbow too much, the whole throw breaks down. You have to find a way to get that target more naturally instead of changing something too much.
125.
And the other way, of course, is releasing a little bit earlier.
Correct. And already in this leg, that first, well, all darts are a much better weight.
180.
He had spells of this yesterday and the day before, Robin. And once he got the first dart right, he was more than capable of following it up.
140.
What does it say about Robin's game at the minute that his range this week, it's something that myself and Matthew Edgar talk a lot about, between his lowest average and his highest
96.
average, the range is 30 points. That's something that's really got to shrink.
Yeah, it has to be shrinking on towards the higher part of the bracket as well, not the lower part.
60. Robin, you require 140.
very good point. It's actually not a bad first dart, that, because it takes any potential bust shot peril out of the
40.
way.
Yeah, the adjustment wasn't quite so good there. So that's what we found this week. When he's a 180 hitter, when did you get that first dart right? You now got 56 with this last dart.
136. Robin, you require 100.
His grip looks awkward, Stuart, but it's very effective.
Anything but that. He was better off with that dart falling on the floor.
68. Stu, you require 40.
He is being put under pressure now with Stu Wilson finding good shots en route to doubles when he's not throwing first. This is awkward.
Game shot
But
on
he
the fourth
didn't make
leg.
it look
Stu
awkward.
Wilson.
That was a superb dart from Stu. He's from Preston up in Lancashire. One of the powerhouse nations in
Fifth
UK
leg, it's
darts,
Stu
of
to throw
course.
first. Game on.
They've had some of the greatest players of all time from that county.
I have indeed, and winners of the UKDA Cosmo County Championship this year as well.
60.
Them in Yorkshire usually year in, year out. Cheshire have had a brief fling in there. I think Hampshire actually came third this year in the Premier Division of the county system. And there we go again. That's another fine example about what we're saying about Robin. Once he finds his range, he's very good at following it.
100.
He's got 11 180s for the week now. 9 coming into today and 2 already here this afternoon. I'm sure there's a lot of young German folk watching along to see how his progression goes. In fact, I remember talking to Robin at length. He was in a qualifying match for a European tour event in the
85.
PDC. And it would have been his PDC European Tour debut had he won that match. But he was beaten by a certain Riccardo Pietreczko.
121.
And he's gone on to pretty good things. He is a bit of a threatening talent when it comes to Central European darts and world darts now. In fact, he narrowly missed out on making the world match play
60.
over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, he's been good at the Pro Tours. He learnt his craft the year before. He was on there when I was on the last year of the Pro Tour, on my last year of the Pro Tours.
137.
He was impressing then and starting to impress, and he has taken it again, a slow burner. He's one of those that's learning as he plays.
100. Robin, you require 54.
Double top or break of throw.
14.
Just a bit too safe.
Stu, you require
And
96.
Stu Wilson could make him pay for that. They have 10 matches each in this group. 5 today and 5 tomorrow. Top 2 progress to Saturday night alongside Chris Landman, who is taking in the Portsmouth sunshine over the next couple of days.
44. Robin, you require 40.
2 misses north by a good 1.5 centimetres the last time. Got to find the adjustment. Can he do what Stu Wilson did?
30.
That he can't.
Stu, you require 52.
When I spoke to Robin yesterday, he said that he gets nervous towards the end of legs.
That's a lovely lie for him.
36.
Just overcompensated. I think it's a natural thing
Robin,
for
you
people to
require
get
10.
nervous towards the end of a leg, especially a leg like this, which would give him a 3-2 lead. You can't eradicate nerves. You have to accept them, work with them, and use them. Because they are merely a sign
6.
of you wanting something.
Stu, you require 16.
That is incredibly right. And there are certain moments in matches you have to try and own the moment rather than the moment owning you. And at this particular moment, we could say that Bega, the nerves are owning him a little.
Game shot on the
And
fifth
they've cost
leg.
him as well.
Stu
That's a
Wilson.
3-2 lead for Wilson. He has got the slightly better average in this contest. And he does have the
Sixth
slightly
leg is
better
Robin to throw
percentage
first. Game
on the doubles as well. 3 hits from 12. Throughout the week, Bega has been at 28%.
57.
But he has had some ups and downs on the doubles. 29% on Monday, improved on Tuesday to 39%, which, if you can replicate that, you will do very well if given the right amount of chances.
140.
But yesterday, he missed 34 darts at a double throughout the whole day. That can't happen again.
No, not in the group that he's in, without doubt.
81.
I sometimes look, I watched him over the last couple of days and thought sometimes he goes a little bit too slow at the doubles and puts too much emphasis on them rather than thinking, you know, here's tops, that's
100.
mine, game over, I'm off, we're on to the next leg. I think he's thinking in his head that he's got to get it, and we all know once you start thinking you've got to hit something, you don't hit it.
84.
We are seeing that he's not the finished article yet, but if he can learn from everything he's done this week, I'm convinced that he will be a better player for it, no matter what happens. As for Stu Wilson, I think there's probably more pressure on him because he's got experience both here and in our previous studio in Southampton.
75.
He has had
Do you require 161?
a measure of success by making Saturday nights. He's the one that's expected to win. And from this position,
85.
you fancy he will get the win.
But if you put yourself in Stu Wilson's shoes, and he's been watching this week and watching Robin, he would have fancied his chances against him.
58.
The fact
Stu
that it's come
requires
first game and
76.
first game up, that's always a difficult thing to master. Nobody likes playing first.
Everybody likes to win first, though.
56.
And that dart missed
Robin, you require
means that Robin is still in
146.
there. His biggest finish of the week was to win a match. 127. He's not going to take a 146.
40. Stu, you require 20.
To get the first 2 points of Group C. It's 2 points for the win.
Game,
Nothing
shot,
for the
and a match.
runner-up.
Stu
And Wilson starts well. 2 points in the bag. And he gets himself a little cushion as well of 2 legs. So he wins that one by 4 legs to 2. A very warm welcome back, and this is game 2. It won't last long if it is 4-0, 4-3, or somewhere in between, because these two love to get on with it. The Cobra, Jelle Klaassen, the BDO World Champion from 17 years ago. I can't believe I've just said that. Sorry, Jelle. But he now has a different mission here on Thursday and Friday.
Cam to throw first. Game on.
Up against Cam Crabtree, who made a little bit of history here the first game he ever played under this roof, when he had a then joint venue record average of 115.62 on debut. That has since been beaten by
100.
another young man called Luke Littler. We know plenty about him. But this is going to be arguably the best game of the group, I think, Scott Mitchell.
139.
Yeah, it could be. This is not going to be a slow burner, no matter what happens. That's for sure. Cam's setup's
42.
changed a little bit slightly from what I saw previously when he was here. He's got onto the standard shape flight from a kite.
134.
Why would a player do that? Is it them just looking for maybe a little bit of extra stability in the air?
Maybe
122.
change angle of entry. It could be anything to do with any of those sorts of things. It could be a slight change of dart. I think it looks like a different barrel as well. So
86.
it may be to get the dart to sit how he wants it to sit. And let's not beat around the bush. He's been playing great lately.
140. Yellow, you require 142.
Whenever he comes here, he does show us how much talent he has.
62. Cam, you require
Or
97.
the first leg in about 90 seconds. Klassen has a chance to
57.
snatch
Yellow, you require 80.
with that snake-like elbow. That's why he's called the Cobra, with that very
70.
individual action that he has.
Cam, you require 40.
Double five.
30.
It's all a bit erratic.
Yellow, you require 10.
Double two.
6.
I can't believe this
Cam, you
leg's still
require 10.
going, Scott. I thought it'd be over about a minute ago.
Game shot in the first leg.
Well, there we go.
Cam
It's over
Crabtree.
now. And it's gone in the favour of Cam Crabtree. And he's held
Second leg of yellow
throw,
to
which
throw
is
first.
a
Game
bonus in one of those legs where they get a bit scrappy towards the end.
That was really interesting what Cam did
60.
there, because he saved his emotion for when his opponent couldn't see it, which shows a level of maturity that these young players are starting to grasp.
Oh, he's got maturity,
99.
all right. One of his best buddies is Owen Bates, and they contact each other all the time, I know. And those two gentlemen
100.
took me to Death by Pizza in Hildesheim.
I know of it well.
And what a fascinating hour and a bit I
140.
spent with these two guys. They're just, they're a breath of fresh air. Talk about Phil, the old man at the table. That was me.
171.
Oh, now we're on for a big 6-dart conversion, aren't we? After that 171 from Klassen.
95.
His biggest
Yeah, they
finish of the
require
week,
170.
114. This would dwarf that. Unfortunately, a single one does not help.
80. Cam,
And this
you
is
require
actually harder
167.
than the 170.
$47.
He's
Yellow,
not
you
happy with the
require
way he's
90.
playing so far. And the missed single. That will
40.
really fire Klassen up.
Cam,
That
you
will
require
really annoy him.
120.
Especially if this 120 is plugged. Well, was that on purpose? I don't think it was. I think that slipped out of his hand.
You saw one of those earlier in the week where one went in the bullseye and left 30.
64. Yellow, you
By
require
David
50.
Davies, and it got checked.
Another missed single from Klassen.
18.
He's starting
Cam,
to get
you require
annoyed.
56.
He'd be more annoyed if Cam takes 56.
This has been Klassen's week. That's what he's been like all week so far.
16.
And why he finds himself in Group C.
Yellow, you require 32. Game
That's
shot
a
in the
little bit
second
better.
leg. Yellow Klassen.
Nice punctuation, and he grasps that dart out the board with a little bit of relief. Well, this week,
Third leg, it's Cam to
he has
throw
got
first.
jointly the
Game
best
on.
individual performance in a game, averaging 100.2. His doubles are down at
139.
30%, having 42 hits from 138. He will be very
58.
displeased with that, just like his overall average of 83.34. Just looking at Robin Berger, Johan van Velsen, and Jelle Klaassen, based on their statistics as a whole, I don't mean to be cruel at all,
140.
but they deserve to be in Group C.
Yeah, rightly so. I couldn't agree more with that statement.
59.
It's that they're there for a reason, and they didn't quite do it in Group A, and whether that's their normal game or not, we can only judge and comment on
85.
what we've seen here this week. But they all three of them had bad starts in that Group A, and they never recovered.
Now that dart there going in the small 5, which was
82.
closer
Cam
to the
Uruguay,
12,
137.
that really is mystifying. It's not just Cam who's having some darts come
47.
out of his hand wrong. It's happened to Yeller as well, and it's It's not the conditions. The conditions in there today are so perfect because it's not too hot outside.
113.
The airflow in there is
Require
perfect.
90.
I've been out there and checked it. Might be something to do with pressure. Just when you don't want to get a bullseye in that spot right there.
82.
That's the problem going that direction, isn't it? You can't aim at 25. You just aim at the middle, don't you?
100.
But he's aiming at the
Can you
double four
require
now.
8?
For 2-1. Lovely lie.
4.
And it just bounces the wrong side of it.
Yellow, you require 89.
To make himself feel better, it's double 5.
Game shot in the
That's a
third leg.
lovely checkout
Yellow
from the
Klassen.
Cobra. And I think inside, he's very happy to win
Fourth leg
that
is yellow
leg.
to throw first. Game
But
on.
had he celebrated winning it, he would have felt a little bit guilty.
As charged as well, quite
177.
rightly so. I mean, it was. It's one of those, and the Super Series is such a good. Like we were saying, it's about a
140.
learning curve, and you're still learning. Even me up there, I was still learning a couple of weeks ago. This brings something for the players to
97.
sharpen you up to do things, and Cam would have been disappointed at losing that leg because obviously he should have. In his head, he's a young man. He feels he should have won it.
180.
And now we're starting to see him throw with a bit of freedom off the back of that.
Yeah, that's a little bit better, that one.
25.
You see, he's a really good friend of Owen Bates. They have a
105.
remarkably similar stance. Leaning well forward and a lot of pressure on the right side.
60.
Oh, I thought
Cam,
you
you
meant it was
require
because they were like
76.
25 years younger than us. That's what was the similarities.
Game shot on the
that
fourth
is
leg.
like
Cam
nothing
Crabtree.
we've seen today so far. That's an 11 darter. By far the best leg we've seen so far. What a great answer.
Fifth leg
For
is
having his
Cam to
throw
throw
broken
first.
in
Game
leg
on.
3.
And let's not forget, he's not doing it just against anybody. He's doing it against a former world champion. And
96.
these kids respect their elders, but when they get to that board, you're just the same as anybody
77.
else they play.
And Cam is in the top 25 of the averages on the Challenge Tour.
43.
He actually played you on the last Challenge Tour weekend, didn't he?
Yes, he did, yeah. Yeah, he did. He wasn't playing at this
57.
pace, though, I can tell you that.
Is he being sped up because of his opponent?
No, I think he's quite a quick player anyway, but I think he...
135.
Did he beat me 5-3 or 5-2? I can't remember.
It was 5-3.
Yeah, and I think he managed the board really well.
140.
I just did what I do, and people do what they do. That's up to them. But he didn't rush around in circles like he is today. He was taking his time
134.
and going in, not changing the speed of his throw in any way, shape, or form, but just managing the board well. And I think that,
137. Cam, you
yeah,
require
he just
93.
likes to throw when the board is clear.
The leg is not clear, and Klassen has
53.
90 again.
Yellow, you require 90.
Gets the ball. Gets
Game
the
shot on
tops
fifth
as well.
leg. Yellow Klassen.
Now we're starting to see some flashy stuff. 11 darter, which was a break of throw for Crabtree, is then
Sixth leg is yellow to throw
extinguished
first. Game on.
by a 15 dart break from Klassen.
45.
Our good friend Stuart Pike would have said, classy Klassen right there.
He would have done, yes. And he'd have been right
55.
because it was a classy shot.
Somewhat courageous shot. Just goes to show what kind of dart player he is.
95.
If Yellow was to be 245 yards away from the green on a golf course, he wouldn't say to the caddy, pass me a 6-iron. He'd say, pass me the
96.
3-wood. He's a go for it kind of player.
He attacks the board
66.
with every dart and every throw. Sometimes to his detriment. Mace and I discussed this week, that sometimes there is
97.
a safer dart at times, but that's not Yellow. He's like attacks that treble 20 every single throw, as we all do. But there's an element of shift in what he does, and obviously the Cobra-like action. We said he
44.
brings his
Yellow
hand
require
from over his left
155.
eye over back to his right eye, but his elbow comes over at the same time. It's one mechanical movement. There's a lot of
47.
movement there. And it's all got to be timed right for it to go in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely right. Because if that arm goes too quickly
59.
and that elbow
Yellow
ends up
require
on the
108.
inside, you're throwing from an uncomfortable position. That's worked out pretty
84.
well.
Game you require
And
150.
now Crabtree needs the equivalent of 3 bulls. That was to stay in the match.
94. Yellow require 24.
Double 12.
Game.
And
shot,
that's the game
and a
to
match.
Klassen.
Yellow Klassen.
It was a very up and down match, and the averages were in the mid-80s, but overall, you've got to give Klassen a lot of credit because he won the last 2 legs to take it by 4 legs to 2. Thanks again for joining us. And now you have a little gift for you. It's the man from Hartlepool who's wearing Hartlepool colours. The Poolie's back. Double A Adam Atkinson up against Johan van Velsen, who is looking to do what Jelle Klaassen has just done in starting his Group C campaign with a win. It'll be interesting to see what kind of level we can get from
Adam
Johan
to throw first. Game on.
over the next couple of days. But we'll dispense with Johan for now. Let's talk about this guy, because the last time he was here, he lost 24 games from 25 played in a weekly campaign. That's not what we thought we were going to get from Adam.
83.
That's not what he thought he was going to deliver. But now that he's given one more chance here in Series 4, I wonder if he can make his third Saturday night.
140.
Now, we have been given some intel to the degree that the darts that he's using are a lot newer than his previous ones, and he's still trying to adjust to these. But if they're not
41.
working, Scott, I'm going to ask you a really direct question here. How long do you give them?
Well, me, not very long at all. I move on to the next
140.
and try and find something different immediately. I mean, within a few weeks whether they're going to work. They can look the same. It can be over grippy or, particularly with a worn set. If you've lost an old worn set that are your old faithfuls that have been there for 20 years,
66.
to replicate the way that the grip on the dart has worn is impossible by a machine. So you've got to start chucking them in a bucket of grit and start shaking the bucket of grit round. You've got to think out of the box to try and make these darts work for you. I personally don't like new darts, so I generally have a couple of friends that have a couple of sets of my darts and they just batter them to death.
82.
And then I try to get them back off them,
136.
sometimes not very successfully, but that is my way. I can't. Advice to most people: you need 2 or 3 sets on the go, so that if something happens to your first set,
60.
you can go to set number 2.
And that's what happened to Adam. He lost his old trusty set and had to go to a new set. And by his admission, things have not been the same since. And the last time he was here, I was sitting in this very chair. So we have
40. Johan,
an
you
insight
require
from
76.
a commentator's perspective as to what kind of patterns might still be happening.
Game shot
That's a
on the
nice
first
start
leg.
for Johan. That's a
van
15
Velzen.
darter. Solid. Without being massively spectacular, like one
Second
of the legs
leg
we
is
saw
Johan
in
to throw first.
round
Game
1 from
on.
Cam Crabtree, an 11 darter, the best of the day so far. So let's talk about Johan for a little bit. This week,
60.
averaging 78.64 with 26% on doubles. What kind of a percentage of improvement are we going to need from him if he's to make the top 2 in this group, Scott?
Well, he's got to be consistent in the high 80s, hasn't he, to top this group?
45.
And we know you're going to have an odd game that you don't do that. I think we see lots of group winners and runners-up have the odd off game. But you've
81.
got to stay 80% of your game on that mid-80s and high 80s, really, average. But for Johan, this is all really new for him. He's a player that has played for a fair while, but he's kind of stayed locally.
58.
And it's sort of only now in the last sort of year or so that he started to move and play and realise some of the ability that he has.
140.
I think he was runner-up in the Belgium Open in 2022, at the end of 22, and he started to think, yeah, I could do something with this. So he's, again, another one, although he's a little bit older than our younger ones who we say are learning, and it's a big learning curve for Johan this week. And I think
100.
no matter what happens for him, he will go home with so much more knowledge and he will be so much a better player for it.
Not too bad a start here.
125.
He had aspirations of leaving double top there after 12. He'll have to settle for a lead of 203, which is looking pretty healthy at the minute.
He's a plumber from Roloff Aresveen.
I'm glad you said that.
125.
You've got contacts in that
Johan,
part of
you
the world,
require
haven't you?
95.
Well, I've got contacts in Holland that tell me how to pronounce things. And then they phone me up later and say you got it wrong.
I don't think you got that wrong. I thought it was very eloquent.
55.
Adam's got choices here on 173. Could use the 19s. 7 of them would leave tops, where Johan is already living.
47.
Just has to knock on the door
Johan, you
for a
require
2-0 lead.
40.
Is that slightly awkward?
No score.
Just seems
Adam,
to
you
me like
require
he can get those
126.
darts to sit on top of each other a little easier than sneaking them underneath.
Yeah, he is one of those, I would say, from what I've seen this week. But he also has the advantage, because it's slightly kicked up, he can do either. He will surprise you at times. I think he can't get under that, and he
46.
does.
Johan, you require 40.
Let's find out. Angle's better from the right-hand side.
Game shot on the second leg.
Didn't
Johan
need that
van
dart, and
Velzen.
2-0 is exactly what's knocking on his door.
For me, I think Adam's got to break the
Third leg is
leg
Adam to throw
down and
first.
break
Game
the game
on.
down. And, you know, we see the stats of first 9 dart stats. I would, if I was Adam, I'd be starting to break it down and throw my first 9 darts and and be trying to concentrate on the first 9 darts and not
42.
worry about getting to a finish or anything until, you know, that happens. Because otherwise, you know, this game will creep up on you and your opponents are ruthless. They don't feel sorry for you. They see a weakness and they will jump on you.
It's the way you got to be in individual sport. I suppose if you're a Tour de France rider, you see somebody on the floor, you keep pedaling.
Yeah, it's nice to say, come on, old chap, get up. But you can do that on a Sunday morning when you're out for a pedal.
38.
Not when you're in a race.
Not when there are things like £5,000 on the line at the end of the week. And we do have 8 names into Champions Week already.
100.
And if you're marking your cards for Champions Night, it will be August the 5th. There is a summer of darts coming your way, not only the World Match Play in Blackpool, but the Champions Week here in Series 4, and there is a possibility of somebody going back to back.
100.
Luke Littler is there, but he has the likes of Andy Bolton, Barry Van Peer, Steve West, Colin Osborne, Neil Duff, Rhys
60.
Robinson, and Danny Lowby all in his way, with more to come. Just a reminder as well that today is double session Thursday. We have Group B action tonight, including some other combatants from Group A from this week. Andy Jenkins and David Davis will be back alongside Lucas Venig, someone who has won a weekly title before.
100.
Pete Burgoyne has stepped in for Nathan Gervin, and Fallon Sherrick MBE will be with us a little bit later tonight as well.
Good day's darts viewing
40.
all round then.
Johan, you
Nico.
require 101.
Not bad. This would be nice to add to some good finishes from this week from Johan. His best being a 145,
84.
which included one of those
Adam, you
segments in
require
it.
160.
Funny how many times you get a treble 15 on a 62 checkout. It happens way too often.
28.
Options here.
Johan, you
Could
require
go for a 9.
17.
Could go for a 1. Chooses door number 2.
Game shot on
To
the
get
third
3
leg.
on the
Johan
board.
van Velzen.
And that is a double break as well. Things are continuing like the last time Adam was here.
Fourth leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
I think that expression tells you everything you need to know.
He's having a deja vu moment there,
100.
isn't he? And, you know, he's struggled here, having won his spot. Just needs to stop thinking and do a bit like Bobby George says. Look at what you're throwing at and throw at what
80.
you're looking at. And that is unfortunate because that was right out the centre of the treble 17.
That doesn't happen when you're playing well.
41.
But his darts do go in very upright. And when those darts go towards the board and that flight carries a little bit further over that stem, there is a risk that those very upright darts will end up on the floor. It's something that Rod Harrington struggled with towards the back end of his career.
41.
I just want to get your thoughts, Scott, on the early part of 2024, because we have a new rule coming into darts, don't we, about points, where the bottom 1.5 centimetres of the point are not allowed any grooves or any sort of ruffling. So it'll be interesting to see which players need to change to follow the new rules.
Well, I think
100.
we're all a little bit like sheep dart players. If we see something working for somebody else, we tend to run along to the local dart store or online
45.
dart store and start buying what we see being used. And I think some do damage the board. There's no two ways about it. But some of them that are designed to maybe stop the dart going so far into the board, leaving the barrel a
41.
little bit further away. Some of them, some of the designs, like a hammered design or a knock design, don't damage the board that badly. So I think some of the points are getting a
87.
rough end of the stick here because you know, I don't think some of them should be banned, but they're going to be because everybody has to have them to a certain distance smooth.
I remember a time, like you will, Scott, as well, where everybody used to throw smooth points.
42.
No point had anything
Johan,
on
you
them.
require 128.
They were just standard. But then people started to get fiddly with them. And Johan might think, this is a nice time to get rid of this leg. He's going to have another visit, though.
88.
This has been a pretty solid display from Johan and very close to his best performance of the week. In fact, his best average coming into Thursday is 84 flat. If he hits double top with his first dart, statistically, it will be his best display.
28.
And it will put him top of the
Johan, you
group
require 40.
at the end of round one. Double 10.
Game.
And he finds
shot,
a very
and
handy
match.
win
Johan van
to start his
Velzen.
campaign in Group C. So he will be top when everybody has played one game and one of his best displays of the week. There are the stats, and there is a 4-0 win for Johan van Velzen. Thanks for joining us once again. It's round number 2 already. And here is game number 4 of the day, including Cam Crabtree up against Robin Berger. Slightly different fortunes for these two coming into their second match of the day. Higher average for Cam Crabtree of around 87. But in a similar sense, they are coming into this game without a win. So something is going to change.
First leg, it's Robin to throw first. Game on.
What did we learn from that first game of Robin today that he can learn from? Is it the fact that those darts have got to go higher?
58.
Otherwise, the same is going to befall him?
Yeah, I think he's got to get that first dart right. And I think we're going to find out more about Cam here as well, about how his bounce back ability will be after a loss, because this format, when I played it a few weeks ago, it's not normal. You come in and a knockout, you get a day to sort yourself out once you get knocked out, and you come back a revamped person after 24 hours. Here, you don't get 24 minutes and you're back on.
Welcome to modern day darts. Especially when you play on the Pro Tour, which is something that Cam knows a fair few things about over the last couple of years. When your board marker comes up to you and says to you when you've won, you've got 5 minutes until your next game.
61.
Whereas here, you might get 20, you might get 25. And if you get a little bit of a break in your schedule, you might get as much as an hour. But it's how you manage that
97.
time that's important. Now, earlier on in the day, Scott, you mentioned that Cam is very good pals with Owen Bates.
140.
They actually played each other in a challenge to a final this year on the 21st of January. It was won by Cam Crabtree.
24. Cam, you
went through some
35.
people that day, of which we will talk about in the next leg, which is not that far away now that he's taken that in 14 darts.
Well, the two of them get on that well. Well, if they played each other in January, they probably only stopped cuddling last week.
Game on.
That's how well they get on. They're just two lovable, likable people to be around. They're really good people, and you know, both have got a bright future in the sport. There's no two ways about it.
101.
Well, when he won the title on the 21st of January, he averaged over 90 in his final 5 matches. And considering Owen Bates had over 103 in the final, you got to give this young man a bit of a pat on the back, because he took out Patrick Linsky, Christian Kist, who has been in a final 59 here in this series, Vitislav Sedlak, one of the best players in Czechia right now, Alex Spellman, one of the best players from the United States, and then
100.
he took out Bates after that. It's one of the reasons why he is very high up on the invite list 59. To come to places like this, because he's very highly thought of.
Yeah, exactly. And I think actually that weekend Kist won one of those as well, because he beat me in the final. So Kist was actually 21. Right on it that weekend. And that's why Kist is right up there in the rankings as well. So Cam has been very consistent in the Challenge Tour, and the Dev Tour is doing him the world of good as well. So I'm a believer of the more the darts that these guys play at this age, the better they will get.
It's something that you mentioned in the previous game. I wanted to explore it, because Cam on the Challenge Tour this year has averaged 87.14. He was just under an 87 average in his first game today.
40.
Is that the kind of level that you need to get to the top 2 spots in this group? Averaging around 87? I think so.
I would 100% agree. 100% agree.
40.
That's the level we're looking at. And if you consistently do that, you're going to be in and around every game. Even if your opponent's doing 95.
69.
If you've got the throw with an 87, you're there and thereabouts getting a dart or something.
Can Robin take tops? He can't, 60. And that's the second time that he has hit his own equipment before the board in this leg. Can Crabtree make him feel even worse?
Game show on the second leg. Can. Cam Crabtree.
2-0 to Cam. And I don't know whether you've noticed, Scott, but Robin has done something to this dartboard that doesn't happen very often. He's tattooed it.
Third leg, it's Robin to throw first. Game on.
The imprint from his barrel has left a mark.
Super close up there from our production team. Yeah, I never noticed that. So it actually caught the flight of the dart that was in the treble 20 then.
Indeed, and then the barrel slapped against the sisal and has left a massive imprint. It's something that happens when you throw the kind of dart that he has, which has grooves from the top all the way to the bottom, and when the barrel slaps against the board, it will leave a mark like that.
It's not often that your barrel will
91.
hit the board at that exact angle to leave the whole barrel as an imprint.
Absolutely. It's a very rare thing.
43.
But then again, talking about rare things in darts, I've seen a few rare things over the last few days. On Sunday, we had a problem with a fly on a camera.
85.
And Dirk van Dijvenbode actually slapped the camera to try and get rid of the fly. It didn't work.
And what happened to the camera lens?
The camera
worth about £100,000.
Yeah, the camera was
24.
fine, but there was a risk that it might not have been fine because Dirk is well, he's a big boy.
You don't miss many breakfasts. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is I
42.
wouldn't want to be on the end of a right hook.
No, correct. So we'll stop chatting there and leave it at that in case somebody tells him.
Robin's in a bit of trouble.
44.
And this is where he gets tested mentally. Crabtree will already believe that it's in his
58.
destiny in this fourth game of the day that he is going to be comfortably in the pack of 3 players on 2 points going into round 3 for him.
85. Cam, you require 125.
Where he will play Adam Atkinson in game 8.
65.
The last thing you want to do here is give your opponent multiple visits to take care of their small outs.
No, exactly. You want to be there and thereabouts, and that's exactly what
139.
Robin's
Cam,
done
you
there.
require 60.
Pressure applied.
20.
Now, Robin has the chance to
Robin,
raise
you
the gap to
require
1.
32.
For me, when Bega's successful when he's going for those trebles, it's when he's throwing a little bit quicker, and that seems to make him throw a little bit harder. Then he takes the pace off when he starts going for the double.
24.
And then that allows him time
Cam, you
to
require
think too
40.
much.
Trying to be too precise, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Trying to be oversure of where it's going, whereas it needs to be part of a rhythm.
20.
And the rhythm when he goes for the double
Robin,
is
you require
quite clearly
8.
a different rhythm than when he's throwing to score.
Listen to your Uncle Scott. Robin, I think he's onto something.
4.
He is being very
Cam,
methodical
you
on those
require
double
20.
shots, isn't he? If you look at
Game shot on the
Crabtree,
third
for
there.
instance,
Cam
that
Crabtree.
rhythm on the doubles is exactly the same as when he's scoring.
Yeah, and I believe that is his hindrance and has been his
Cam to
hindrance
throw
all
first.
week.
Game on.
His choice of drink is some sort of vitamin shake that he has.
100.
It smelled like green tea actually when I smelt it. And he says that he gets a little nervous towards the end of legs. He started to get nervous towards the end of matches.
78.
Well, funny enough, if there's any sencha in that, that's actually got more caffeine than coffee.
100.
If that's what it is, I mean, I'm just saying it was a little tub on the table that he's mixing with water himself, and
42.
that's his flavour of what he wants to drink, and that's what he's doing. But he had opportunities this week to win other games, and he's
85.
got to the end of those games and sometimes had 3 and 4 darts to win games and not converted them. And I just feel it's because it's a change of pace when
59.
it comes to that final double. And when you change your pace, it's a change of mindset and a change of mind thought as well.
What he doesn't want to do here on Thursday is regress even more.
100.
He may be sensing the fact that his performance level is regressing again from yesterday to today. And if he's putting pressure on himself
58.
because of that,
Cam, you require 116.
that must be removed immediately. But he may be removed from the stage in as little as one more dart.
Game.
Because
shot.
Cam
On a
Crabtree
match.
was too
Cam
good
Crabtree.
on this occasion. Unfortunately, Robin has got a lot to think about going into round number 3, where he will play Johan van Velsen. But now Cam has a little break, knowing that he's got 2 points in the bag, winning by 4-0.
This is the MODUS Super Series. 2.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
That was all the information you need for the ticketing news and everything else. We hope you can join us for a Saturday night of darting fun very soon. And thank you for joining us right now, because we do have our 5th game on the way for this Group C session, which will finish up at around about 5:30 local time. And don't forget, we do have another session tonight from 10 p.m, including some very, very talented people. But first, before we get anywhere
First leg,
close
it's
to that,
Johan to throw first. Game on.
it's a chance for Stu Wilson or Johan van Velsen to double their tally to remain perfect for Thursday in Group C.
100.
Who do you think is the favourite in this one, Scott?
Well, looking at the averages, there's 5 points between them in their first games, but we know that was just opening
100.
morning. I would probably say on experience front, Stu Wilson, because of experience up there in Lancashire. And I
45.
I know that Johan is on his first time on the big stage, and we don't appreciate that over here in the UK, of the county system giving you that first chance to go on that stage. And
81.
but then if you can get here and play 15, 20, 25 times on this stage here, Mason and I were discussing how long did it take us
40.
to get that big stage TV experience? Because this is what the MODUS Super Series is bringing. And that is why the players are going from here and being very successful when trying to gain a tour card.
59.
Such a great point. Let's say 25 games, for example, which is what you would get if you played in Group A and Group C in the
60.
same week. Best of 7 legs, of course. Now, if we go a little bit further back, County Darts was only best of 5. So you do have more exposure here now. And of course, County Darts has gone to best of 7
60.
since then. But 25 games, that's essentially 3 years worth of County Darts.
Exactly.
100.
Just under 3 years if you were lucky enough to make a World Masters and make the TV, or the Lakeside, or Ali Pally or Circus Tavern or whatever it was at the time, whichever
105.
whichever
Johan
one you were
require
in.
156.
Stu Wilson will have a go for a break of
60.
throw
Stu, you require 96.
on the same number as Johan. Tries to repair the shot and can't. So Johan has a chance to get that number himself.
64. Johan, you require 96.
Treble 20 for double 18. There is dart 1. There
Game
is
shot on
dart
the first
2.
leg.
And he made it look
Johan
easy.
van Velzen.
Really, really good.
Looks like he's been up there for years.
Second
not
leg,
4
it's Stu to
days.
throw first.
His
Game
first
on.
throw on a stage was on Monday morning.
I'm sure you can remember your first county trip, Scott. Where was it and when was it?
95.
My first county trip away was to Merseyside and Toxteth Social Club.
I remember it. It
140.
had bars on the windows.
And more barbed wire around the security camera than I've got on my farm. It was a lovely club, actually, once you got inside. It was lovely, and I met a certain Stephen
82.
Bunting there at about 14 years old on his first county game. And they played him in the B, and I think he hit a 32 or 33 average, and then they played him in the A, and he hit a 31.
100.
Sounds about right. He's been a superstar for well over 20 years. Talk about young prodigies. It's not just about young kids coming through now.
100.
They existed back then as well.
You all used to call him Baby Bunting then, but he's not so Baby Bunting now.
Yeah, I don't think you'd like us bringing that up, actually.
Nah, Steve's fine.
100.
One of the loveliest lads in darts. He really is.
He certainly is. I'm sure that Stu has run into Stephen on occasion. It opens up in the northwest of England.
60.
And maybe even
Johan
North
Uruguay,
Wales. They have some
161.
really good opens there as well, which are heavily attended. And one of the reasons why there are so many
41.
good
Stu
friends
Uruguay,
within the Dutch
164.
starting system as well is because it's not the biggest country, but they've got so many good players. And they all know each other. If you want to go and play someone on the other side of the country, it'll take you maybe 75 to 90 minutes
60.
to get to their
Johan
front door.
Uruguay, 120.
There's a very good sort of motorway style system that runs through the country where you can get kind of one side to the other pretty quickly.
60.
Especially if you
Stu
drive as fast
Uruguay,
as Yella
104.
does.
Can't say I've ever been in with Yella.
I'm amazed I've still got my hair.
I remember I tried to follow Steve West once in Holland, and that was over in about 3 minutes. He was
30.
gone.
Can't say
Johan
I'm
Uruguay,
surprised.
60.
Steve West, funnily enough, he won week 5 here. He'll be back for Champions Week. Johan needs double 10.
40.
Stu's got to get a move on here, otherwise
Stu
his opponent might
requires
be in the dust.
74.
Might be way in front of him. That's a happy accident. Because now he's got a shot at the outer ring instead of the ball.
42. Johan Uruguay, 20.
For the first break of throw in this match.
Game shot on the second leg.
He just looks
Johan
more
van
likely at the
Velzen.
minute than his opponent. It's that simple. His darts are going in exactly how he wants them to. And
Third leg,
Stu
it's
is still
Johan to throw
fighting
first.
something
Game on.
that he was able to negotiate in match 1, but not so here.
Johan has come through like the
100.
AD system, and we can ADC system, and we can see that and the people out there, John Locken, who is the director of the ADC out there and ADC Europe,
100.
says that this guy is the real deal and that he's just lacking experience. We know he can play. You know, he's won his place fair and square.
100.
It's just a case of how he was going to react to being on the big stage. And I have to be honest, having thrown up there, I don't think you'll find a nicer throw in darts. It is superb.
I absolutely agree.
140.
I've had the privilege of playing on that stage as well, and there are certain places that you play it, and you think, I didn't like that.
60.
But even though I didn't come through my Group B, I have absolutely no complaints about this throw. It really is visually appealing. And I think it was constructed with dart players in mind. That black background, a little bit of colour on the exterior, and the focus is on the board.
41.
We've seen some
require
bright and wonderful
121.
backgrounds in dart and throws. I remember a World Masters one in the BDO once that was all pink. And I mean, you couldn't see me on there. It was I was wearing my pink shirt and I blended into the background. Pink and mauve, I think it was as well. It was, yeah. But this is geared for a certain thing, and it is for dart players, and it is
60.
It's perfect. If you can't throw it, you can't throw anywhere.
Agreed. Single 20 for double 16.
46.
It was a much better shot at double 16, but it still doesn't register for Stu. He will return, though. I'm not really sure if
60.
Stu has a nickname.
Stu requires 16.
Maybe we can find one for him here this week. Surely this time.
No score.
Doesn't quite get there. Just died in the air.
Johan, you require 80.
Thanks to that camera angle that we had, we saw the dart just die in the air and fall short, giving Johan a chance for 3-0. Got 2 chances. Only needs the one.
Third leg.
Maybe
Johan
he is the
van
real
Velzen.
deal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Stu has made a
fourth leg. It's Stu
sort of error there and not converting, but the art of the game is to be able to hit when your opponent's missing.
I'm reliably informed he's called the Phoenix. I'm not going to pretend I know why. I was going to call him Disco. Disco Stu.
41.
Maybe he's the Phoenix. Is it something to do with Phoenix Knights?
Ah, that makes sense, because that was filmed in Chorley, wasn't it?
I've no idea where that was filmed.
60.
And he's from Preston, which is just up the road, up the A6, past Bamber Bridge. And what was the name of that guy that used to present Bullseye after Jim Bowen?
Dave Spikey.
Dave Spikey.
Yeah.
He actually lives in Whittle the Woods, just down the road from Chorley. So maybe you're right, Scott. Maybe it is got something to do with Phoenix Knights. And he doesn't want to be a Phoenix in this group because he doesn't want to have to rise from the ashes. He wants to be the person who is looking down on everybody else from the start. And he will be if he wins this match, but it's a very hard ask from 3-0 down.
It is, but some of it's self-inflicted for Stu. He's not
55.
scored like he usually does. He's taken his time to settle, and of course, he won his first game as well. So you would
100.
think that he would be looking to march on here. And one of the things I did notice when playing here is you really don't want to be losing 2 games in a row. So he's not in that bracket where he's lost 2 in a row. So
134.
it's time to start pushing on, really.
124.
This is for the match. And if this goes in, I'm actually not going to finish what I was about to say because he missed the single 20.
44.
Let's find out if Stu can keep this one
Stu,
alive.
you require 92.
Interesting play. A lot of people might have gone for 2 double 18s in that spot.
60.
What Johan wants
you
is
require
exactly
80.
what he's done before in this match. He's not going to get it, but he might still get the win.
60.
That one was just too close to the previous
Stu, you
shot.
require 32.
yeah, now Wilson can put him in all sorts of problems here by hitting this 32.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Stu Wilson.
Johan has seen the finish line and now has been reeled back, and he has to do all that hard work and
Fifth
another
leg, it's Johan to throw
501
first. Game
points
on.
once more.
Our last 2 matches have gone down 4-0. We could have had a third.
78.
It would be a little bit like we're living in a bagel factory. but someone's closed the business here in the middle of Thursday afternoon.
55.
Stu still has a mountain to climb. Van Velsen from 3-1 up should surely get the job done, but
42.
we have seen in the past some famous wins from 3-0 down. Next, we've got Adam Atkinson against Jelle Klaassen. I'll be interested to see what kind of resistance
60.
Adam can find against one of the best players in the Netherlands.
$60.
These barrels that Johan is using, they look quite well worn in, let's put it that way. They don't look like a new dart. They look like an old trusty dart.
47.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It looks like a dart that he's used for a while. Like we were saying earlier about changing darts, that would be a very difficult dart to replicate.
140.
Not to make, but the feel of a worn dart would be very difficult to replicate.
You don't tend to see many dart players at the top level these days with
96.
inverted commas trusties. They tend to go from new set to new set, maybe between 3 to 6 months with every set.
100.
Yeah, possibly some even quicker than that. I've heard that Rob Cross sort of does a tournament with them and they're gone and on to the new ones.
Yeah, Phil Taylor used to win a tournament and then just give them to the person in the crowd and then break in a new set on the Monday.
And then every other dart fan expects every player to then start giving their darts away after a game.
41. Johan, you
Great
require
chance
81.
for 4-1 then. And top of the group. Considering he started his day with a 4-0 win.
69.
That would have been an ideal backup win. He's had 3 match darts already.
He's been having for double 14 any chance he gets as Johan. It's a double that he likes.
125.
So I thought the 12
Johan, you
would have
require
suited him.
12.
Sixes
Game,
do.
shot,
And
and
it
the
is
match,
2 wins
Johan
from
van
2.
Velsen.
This is getting very similar to what happened on Monday morning for Johan. A strong start. Will it continue when we go into round 3? Well, there are the stats. It is the 4-1 win for Johan. And next, we've got Jelle Klaassen against Adam Atkinson. We've got one more match here in round 2 on Thursday. It is going to be the Pooley against the Cobra. Differing fortunes for them a little bit earlier. Klassen did win in round 1 by 4 legs to 2. And that looks like a slightly better win now, considering what Cam Crabtree's gone on to do here in round 2, winning by 4 legs to 0 against Robin Berger. But Adam is just looking for confidence, looking for something to click. If he can find his line, maybe his
First
length
leg, it's yellow to
will follow.
first. Game on.
But this is not the kind of player, Scott Mitchell, that you want to be trying to find something against.
180.
Nor the type of player either.
There was a lot made of Adam when he was in an exhibition in Newcastle playing a certain MVG.
40.
Gave him a run for his money as well. Michael came out and said on a social feed that he thinks Adam's got something.
99.
It hasn't materialised since then. But I think what he's got to do the next couple of days is just find something that will work in the long term.
85.
My eyes do not deceive me. There is a little bit of an equipment change here for Adam. He's got black stems in this time. Whether it's a change of dart or point as
47.
well, we'd have to ask him.
I think he's changed the length of his stem as well. I think that's a shorter stem.
Didn't he have a more natural point in the previous darts as well? They look like
41.
black points.
Yeah, they do. Maybe a whole change of equipment.
Might even be raiding the cases of the other
59.
players, saying, give me something that'll work. We do have a repointing tool in the practice room, so if you want to try a different set of points and you have the skills to do it, there you go, you can do it.
100.
That's
Yellow
the line
require
that he needs.
116.
He needs to stop drifting into the one segment, which has been his miss over the last month.
45.
Now, I want to get your opinion on this, Scott, because he's got 76 left with that last dart. And he's got 2 darts blocking that 60 bed. Is it still the right shot?
I don't believe so. I'd have headed off to the 16s immediately. Worst case scenario, you hit a 16.
51. Yellow requires 71.
Leave yourself the 60.
31.
That would have been a somewhat unconventional 71 checkout, but he will return for tops. And without getting too deep, the Pooley is giving his opponents right now too much breathing space.
81. Yellow requires
Yeah,
40.
absolutely. But there's an old saying, you give me
35.
enough chances at a double, I'll hit
Adam
it.
require 103.
And I think that's something all players have to eliminate from their game, is giving their opponent too many opportunities. It's called scoreboard pressure. It's everything that Phil Taylor did to everybody else.
71. Yellow require
Yeah,
5.
he gives you chances. 141, 146. And that's what he's famous
Game shot on
for.
the first leg. Yellow Klassen.
Yellow finally gets over the line in leg 1. It's just a hold of throw.
Second leg is Adam to throw first.
23 darts
Game
for that
on.
leg. 23 was a really good number for Michael Jordan and David Beckham. And it is for Klassen here in leg 1. It's not so much about averages. It's about getting the job done and building
131.
enough confidence going into Saturday to give yourself a chance. He's seen what Chris Landman has done this week.
100.
He's seen the benchmark for now. But will we see something else over the next 2 days that gives us a benchmark that Chris Landman will be thinking about when he returns?
Whatever happens when you go into Saturday night, you
38.
don't want to be limping over the line to make it. You want to be having something positive about your game before you get there. Chris has spoken
57.
in his interview yesterday when we finished, and he said that last time he qualified through Group A, he did nothing for 2 days. But this time he's going to be looking to find somewhere to practice, get an hour or 2 in a day, and those 2 off days, yes, relax. But he learned that
28.
what he did last time didn't work. So this time, He's made the finals night. He's going to do something different. And I think that's something that players don't tend to do. We tend to, if we don't eat all day when we're playing in a tournament, we don't eat all day. Well, we know that that's kind of not the right way to do it. So it's about the preparation as well as much as the mindset and as much as what you actually do on the board.
100.
Considering week 7 and the winner of that week, Andy Bolton, he took Thursday off.
96.
Went to get some fresh air. Come Friday, he was practicing again. He won the week. So maybe that's the key. It's not taking both days off, or indeed practicing both days. It's a mix of the two. But you've got to find out what works for you as an individual.
121. Yellow require 140.
This would work. Double top.
74.
And it almost does work.
Adam, you require 83.
Adam's still looking for his first double hit. For a moment, he was going elsewhere. He wasn't looking at the 32 bed.
67.
He doesn't find it. So
Yellow,
that's
you require
now
40.
7 missed darts at a
Game shot on
double.
the second leg. Yellow Klassen.
I do beg your pardon. They actually were his first 2 darts at a double for the day. And Klassen makes him
Third leg
pay.
is yellow to throw first. Game on.
Now, is it my eyes?
96.
Or do these flights of Klassens look really ragged? Or is it the design?
No, I think they look really ragged. I would say that I was looking at them yesterday thinking maybe they need a change, because obviously
97.
with a clear edge there's less drag through the air, and I know we're only going 7, and you can see them. They're absolutely battered. What a great shot that is.
81.
It's one of the benefits of having so many different viewpoints here on this live lounge stage. Those flights from Atkinson, pristine. Whereas Klassen's, and this is what
60.
This is the phrase I always bring out for flights like this. They look like they've just been dug out of the bottom of a hamster cage.
96.
Yeah, I'd go with that. The probably difference in price between Atkinson's and Klassen's are probably dictated why. I wouldn't have thought Yellow would be buying them. So, yeah, unless there is lucky flights, I don't know. I remember Ratajski being at a World
57.
Masters way before his days in the PDC, and I said, why don't you change your flights? He said, these are my lucky flights. They were absolutely
42.
battered. And they were just a normal standard flight as well. He said, no, I don't change flights very often.
I used to have a good mate of mine from the somewhat rough end of Newcastle called Benwell. And a good pal of mine, Kenny Brown.
125.
His nickname in darts was Waxer. And he never changed his flights or stems. He actually coated
56.
his stems and flights in a resin so they would never deteriorate. Because he liked them that much. They lasted the best part of a decade. Because he used to cover them in a resin.
130.
You would have had a shot at a finish had you
Yellow,
not
you
left
require
162 at it.
130.
Not to be this time for
65.
Klassen.
Adam, you require 32.
Come on, Adam, my old boy. Let's be having you.
Game shot.
Oh,
the
that was
third
a
leg.
lovely positive
Adam
shot, wasn't it?
Atkinson.
Winning with a real thud. And this is a marked improvement from what we've seen from him so far
Fourth
this
leg is Adam to
afternoon.
throw first. Game on.
Averaged in the low 60s in his first match. This is many % better.
$32.
Now, Klassen's been playing pretty well on the fringes of the PDC system over the last couple of years. He's won some big titles like the Irish Open,
77.
the Dutch Open. He's been doing a lot of travelling for someone who has not got a PDC Tour card. And in fact, he's won here as well in Series 3 in Week 3. What's not clicking right now? Because
81.
we can look at his darts, we can look at his averages, but more importantly, looking at him, it doesn't paint a positive picture.
28.
He's very quick to to get on top of himself. There's enough people in the world that will jump on your back and have a go at you without doing it to yourself. And I think he's more
43.
There's more emotion on his face every time he throws a dart than I think I've ever seen before.
95.
I think that's a fair assessment. There are different players out there who will react in certain situations. There are indeed players out there who will react in a negative way even when they do brilliant things.
100.
I look at like someone like Sebastian Białecki of Poland. Whether he hits a 9-dart or 170 finish or
42.
wins a match, his emotions are exactly the same.
Yeah, that I would agree with. Yeah. I played him a couple of weeks ago and I couldn't tell whether he did a 180 or a 26 when he walked back from the board. He was just that laid back about it all. And I think that's a good trait to have. Nothing can pick up on anything. Nobody can pick up on anything.
127.
And sort of take something from you if you're not reacting like that.
That was a superb approach shot from Klassen. It had mathematical savvy as well as a little bit of flair.
81.
Now let's see if he can take it.
You require
starting on the same target that he found with the last dart, but it's not meant to be.
52.
Well, Adams cost himself
79.
potentially a darted double by missing the single 20 with his last shot. Must not hit the flight.
39.
He didn't. But he didn't get the tops either.
80.
Tops for Klassen.
60.
He can't find it either.
Adam, you require 40.
Last week we saw Luke Littler hitting tops after throwing a flat dart.
Game shot on the
We
fourth
see
leg.
Atkinson
Adam
doubling his
Atkinson.
tally for the day. And this is not going to do anything for Klassen's confidence. You can see with the pinching of the nose and the fingers there
Fifth leg, it's yellow to throw
that he's
first.
in a bit of
Game
peril.
on.
I think it's helping Adam immensely.
125.
Getting to doubles and hitting them. It's
Just looking at the Challenge Tour rankings this year, Klassen of everybody playing in this group is averaging more than anybody else.
140.
Admittedly, the last event was on the 7th of May, so we're a little bit removed from that.
80.
But he had a pretty good time of it. He lost in a semi-final to Barry Van Peer. Beat Chris Landman in the quarterfinals. Beat Scott Baker, who always seems to turn up here. Had some very good
34.
wins over the course of that weekend. Since then, he's been on the European Tour.
140.
He's been in other tournaments, including here. But it's a long season, isn't it? When you don't have a tour card, you're doing a lot of traveling, lots of different types of tournaments.
yeah, very much so. But it does open
24.
you up to be able to play, where there are some times during the year that you can have 6, 7, 8 weeks without
43.
competitive
Adam.
darts, and in some areas where you play and live, they don't even want you at their local tournaments if you've got a tour card. So, yeah, it can be difficult. I'm finding it absolutely mind-blowing being without a card and
48.
having
Yellow
so many
require
options, the
113.
Super Series, the ADC, the seniors.
Tops again.
93.
Still playing county, internationals. It's just, you do loads.
You need some more days in your week, Scott.
8 days a week wouldn't be enough for me, mate. Telling you, it wouldn't be enough for me when you add the farm in as well, and
44.
my amazing family
Yellow
who
require 20.
cover my backside while I'm away. I'm a lucky boy.
Ooh, Klassen's a
Game
lucky
shot on
boy
the
with
fifth
that
leg.
double 10.
Yellow Klassen.
What a nice collision that was. And this game does not suit Yellow whatsoever. I will say
Sixth leg
that
is
out
Adam to
loud
throw
because
first. Game
he
on.
doesn't like to wait. He likes to get on with things, and Adam is not a fast player.
But after all these years and all that experience, surely Yellow should have been able
9.
to deal with this by now.
I think he can, he just doesn't like to. He'd much
No,
rather be playing a Cam Crabtree or a
100.
Chris Landman, that's for sure.
Agreed, he doesn't choose to, no more than I choose to play Ricky Evans. So yeah. I understand that
59.
statement entirely. But at the end of the day, I know that I've got to play somebody like Ricky Evans now and again.
This is better.
180.
The second 180 of the game. He's into double figures for the week, considering what he's already done today and what he did over the last 3.
134.
Our 7th game, or indeed our first one from round 3 today, will take place
95.
shortly after 3 o'clock. So there may be a short break between this and the next game. We hope you can join us for the conclusion of Group C action here on Thursday. Scott and I will still be here.
59. Yellow require 126.
That's the courageous route. Looking for bull
86.
double 8. But it will be tops to remain perfect in the group alongside his fellow Dutchman, Johan van Velsen. And that will be game 13. We may indeed have a game between the two Dutchmen where they both have perfect amount of points. Because Klassen keeps his challenge going, winning against Adam Atkinson with consummate ease in the last couple of legs. They've got identical checkout percentages, as you can see, but more chances for Yella as he takes that one by 4 legs to 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We are 6 games in to our Group C campaign. Play will resume shortly after 3 p.m. when we welcome our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV. But for now, all these players, of course, are looking to make it through to Champions Week. 16-year-old Luke Littler has already booked his spot. He made headlines with the way that he won that final. So let's remind ourselves why.
And welcome to the MODUS Super Series, here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We are live on Sporty Stuff TV, and it's time to introduce the finalists. Would you please welcome to the stage, the Beast from the East, Andy Bartons. And it's Luke, the Nuke Littler. It's Luke.
So now it's Littler 2-0 up.
Game on.
Running a not too shabby 115.62.
Identical to his average after 2 legs against Chris Gilliland in the semi-final.
$60.
Going to be 3 and 3.
Whoa!
Literally on the head of a pin nail.
60.
I think he enjoys this throw as much as he said he did in his interview. He's going to be enjoying it even more.
96. $29. Look, they require 129.
Well, many players would have too much an answer to this barrage.
89.
Again on a double after 12.
60. Look, you require 40.
We are watching a very special game. A very special young man.
Well, in each of the 3 legs, he's in 180, and each of the 3 legs,
Andy to throw first.
he's completed the leg in 13 darts. The average 115.62.
58.
3 out of 5 on the doubles. Just every element of this performance is outstanding.
59.
And if you're Andy Bartons, I'm probably just wanting this to be over.
Yeah, he's just walked into something very, and you can just see how it's just that little bit of, it's just that measurement, isn't it? He's measured and he's taking just that little bit of extra caution.
135.
He's not throwing any darts away. He knows where every one of these is going. And here we go again.
Whoa! 180!
This is sensational from Luke Littler.
140.
Bartons come back with a 140, but with this 45... Oh, he's finally missed something. It's double 16, but he didn't miss for long. What an amazing final win from Luke Littler. 4-0 win. His average 117.88. 5 180s. 4 out of 6 on the double. 66% on his checkout finishes. And only his highest checkout is 45. That's how well this boy scored.
Hello, good afternoon, and a very warm welcome to viewers joining us on Sporty Stuff TV. We are 6 games in to our Group C session, so let's remind ourselves of how things have unfolded so far. It started off with a 4-2 victory for Stu Wilson over Robin Baker. Then Clarkson and Crabtree, we expected it to be rapid and a high-quality encounter. It took a little while to get going. It wasn't always the standard we expected, but Crabtree treated us to the best leg of the day so far, an 11-darter, and that seemed to ignite something in the Cobra, who then upped his level to get over the line in that one. As for Adam Atkinson, we've already mentioned today how he'd lost 24 of his 25 matches the last time he was here, and as you can see there, he's picked up just the 2 legs so far today. It was a much improved performance against Jelle Klaassen last time out, though, having not registered a dart at double in his opening match. We can take a little look at the league standings at this early stage, and it is Johan van Velzen who's up next for us this afternoon, who currently sits top of the league standings thanks to his superior leg difference over Jelle Klaassen, who is also on 4 points. It is Van Velzen up against Robin Baker, who is one of the 2 players yet to pick up a point. And it is, of course, their 4th meeting of the week. They were both involved in the Group A campaign as well. And the head-to-head so far this week is 2-1 in Van Velzen's favour. So who's going to pick up the points in this one? Let's return to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you, Abby, and very warm welcome to our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV. Thank you for choosing us as your entertainment for Thursday afternoon. And this may be the first time you're watching Johan van Velzen against Robin Baker this week. Or indeed, if you're a die-hard Super Series fan, this might be your 4th time watching it.
Game on.
Justin Bradshaw is your referee for the remainder of Thursday's Group C action. Robin is still looking for that first win, Scott.
59.
Is he getting closer to it, or is it getting further away?
No, I think he's getting closer to it. But he's also now running into a man who is starting to find his feet here after a few days at the Super Series in Van Velzen.
86.
If you weren't tuning in a little bit earlier, Johan won by 4-0 in his first match of the day against Adam Atkinson.
41.
And then backed it up with a 4-1 win against Stu Wilson, who won his first game in round 1. So he has been tested by someone who has tasted victory today.
96.
There is a pretty good chance, considering the level that he's shown today, that maybe he could be the person at the top
60.
of the table come the end of Group C's Thursday.
And we spoke earlier about how you can't be on it on your best the whole day. And
121.
it's how those games go when you're not at your best. If you can get away with winning those are the guys that then top the group come the end of the day.
41. Robin, you require 139.
This is a good start from Robin. Encouraging. And when your opponent is
99.
outside of the finishing zone, I don't mind that route. I think that's a very smart route. At worst, leaving the double after 15.
83.
That showed
Robin, you require 40.
that his darting brain is clicking into gear.
No
Just got to
score.
watch that elbow height. I noticed on dart 2 there that it dropped. You've got to maintain that elbow's integrity, and this would be hurtful.
128.
And he really wanted to hurt Robin
you
Baker
require
there
40.
with that 136.
A bit of shoulder in that last one from Van Velzen. But Berger again, as we said earlier, he's given himself opportunities
35.
and he's just not taking
Johan, you
them.
require 8.
2 2s for Johan.
Game shot on
And
the
he
first leg.
finds
Johan van
Well,
Velzen.
Baker could not. The outer ring. And he's not playing his best, but he is still winning
Second leg
legs.
is Johan to throw first.
Making his
Game
opponents
on.
feel very, very bitter. I'm going to put you on the spot now, Scott.
60.
Who's winning this week? Who do you think has got their name on the Week 9 pot?
So far, we haven't really seen it. We have not seen Group B. We
58.
don't really know what type of form they're in. I mean, Landman, just solely from where he is in the Challenge Tour, and he's played so many Pro
81.
Tours and everything, you would say that he has to be the favourite. But he had a bit of a slow start to the week in Group A on Monday and took some recovering
86.
and never really sort of stamped his authority on it until the end of Group A yesterday. He'll be feeling comfortable. I'm going to
60.
say Landman at the moment. I'm going to say Landman.
I'm going to go for Sherrick. I get the feeling she's in pretty good form at the minute, and with a defence of her Women's World Match Play
96.
title on the horizon, I think she might be ripe for a weekly win here. But time will tell, but not that much time, in fact, because Saturday night is merely
140.
how many hours away? About 50 hours until we start getting excited.
72 maybe.
97. Johan, you require 160.
Not long.
That would have been my other. That was what was going in my head. It was either Landman or Sherrick. That was what was going in my head. So
I think there are plenty of people with that
Robin, you require 164.
sort of thinking. Another low dart from Robin. And another chance for Johan.
33. Johan, you require 60.
The only result we have not had so far today is 4-3. Oh,
No score.
what we have seen
Robin, you
before
require
is somebody
131.
busting double 10 in this game. We saw a 1-3-1 on the European Tour at the weekend from another
41.
great
Johan, you require
young
60.
Dutch player in Gian van Veen. Someone who has played here before last season. This time,
40.
it doesn't bust the score. It nearly did,
Robin, you
though.
require 90.
he has a habit of dragging down in towards the double 15. We've seen that this week as well.
Bullseye. Back to the middle of the oche after a little think.
65.
Well thrown dart, but doesn't
Johan, you
register the
require
target.
20.
And Van Velsen could double his lead.
Game
And
shot on the
does.
second leg. Johan van Velden.
Makes the opponent feel even worse when it's done on the third dart.
Third leg, it's
But
Robin
again,
to throw first.
As
Game
Mason and I
on.
was saying yesterday, this game would be a different game had Robin Bager closed that first game out with the 6 darts that he had. And
85.
it's a reoccurring thing with his game. He's doing enough early parts of the matches and just not taking
100.
those chances. And if he takes those chances, he will not just do well early on in the matches, he will continue through the match. It's a difficult position that he's in at the
80.
minute, but again, he's so raw, so new. It's hard to be critical of that because we were all there and we all did it.
60.
I think the kind of exposure that he's getting is only going to be good for him. He will learn an awful lot about himself over the next few seasons. And particularly in Germany at the minute,
96.
which has a tournament usually held around late October, early November, called the PDC Europe Super League, which is a qualifying tournament
140.
for the World Championship. It was won last year by Florian Hempel. But we did see quite a lot of Super Series style players in that tournament.
100.
Robin was there. Lucas Venig was there. He's playing tonight. There were also tour card holders there like Ricardo Pietreczko and Florian Hempel.
177. Robin, you require
And Max Hopp.
140.
When you can get through something like that as a challenge, the Super Series can be
60.
very
Johan,
familiar.
you require 24.
A bit like a 3-0 lead, which would feel very familiar for Johan.
18.
But he's messing around in the doubles now.
Robin, you require
11 misses
80.
in this game. Another shuffle to the right.
60.
When you want to hit that
Johan,
shot,
you require
you can't
6.
hit anything on the way through. Too defensive.
3.
And then too aggressive.
Yeah, indeed. He's hit that a couple of times this week.
Robin, you require 20. Game shot on the
Well, that's
third
a lovely
leg.
dart from Robin.
Baker.
He's not going to be bageled this time like he was against Cam Crabtree. 19 darts.
Fourth leg
whole
is
throw
Johan
there.
to throw first.
And we're in a
Game on.
range in a lot of these games, Scott, where it's around 7 visits. If they can transform
45.
that into 6 visits where it's 18 and below, we're talking about the kind of range that's going to get you wins in this group, where you're around that 83
56.
average, 84 average level.
Yeah, 100%. It is this group of starters is a bit of a slow burner. And then up to 180 right on cue. It's everybody's trying to feel one another out, and the way that Group C works is you can kind of do
57.
that because you've got 10 games. Group B, there's no chance. You've got the 8 games, and you've got to be on it from the start, and you need a minimum of 4 wins. So Group B, if you lose, you have to win your next game, and it's that simple to keep you in the running. Not quite so crucial with this.
139.
And then we go again with Robin
155.
Baker. Just exactly what we said. More free flowing, a little bit quicker, and the score came through.
43.
That's a little bit of an invitation back into like 4. If he can RSVP with a couple of big trebles.
96. Johan,
Bare
you require
minimum
112.
to get to a finish. And Van Velsen is still a big favourite. Double 16.
96. Robin, you require 153.
He's now missed 15 darts at double in this game, and it's only like 4. The big shot's on. And there you saw, there was more of a pause. Instead of staying in rhythm,
133.
I'm with Scott.
Johan,
I
you
think he's
require
absolutely
16.
right about Robin. I think maybe too much thought is going into these approach shots and double shots.
8.
But he gets a look.
He gets a look indeed.
Robin, you require 20.
Van Velsen thinking about topping the table
Game shot on the fourth leg. Robin Baker.
before the doubles are in.
He did win his first 3 games on Monday, getting off to that hot start that Abby was talking about at the top of the show.
Fifth leg, it's Robin to throw first.
But that's about as
Game
good as
on.
it got as far as consecutive wins are concerned. It just started to slow down after that. The good thing for Robin is that things have started to pick up.
80.
His pick-up in form, ever so slightly, has coincidentally gone alongside
60.
a regression in doubles hit from his Dutch opponent.
Yeah, I agree with that.
41.
Robin gets himself back into the game and then goes back into this slower pace again of overthinking.
Do you think he's a Leipzig fan? With
26.
his initials being RB. He's from that part of Germany.
Yeah, I believe he is a Leipzig fan.
Maybe that's one of the reasons why
42.
he was given the name Robin. Just so he could have those initials. But that event that he nearly qualified for on the European Tour in the PDC was in Riesa,
140.
about an hour north of Dresden. And it was that event that I actually met him for the first time.
58.
Great event if you can qualify for it. And little birdie tells me you're going to be playing on the European Tour pretty soon, Scott.
Yeah, after 2 years on the Pro
99.
Tours, I managed to qualify one through the Challenge Tour associate members route, where there was only 2 go through from
81.
131 or something, and I did it the hard way, but we got there, and I'm extremely pleased to be doing it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Which one have you qualified for?
Hungary.
44.
Ah, you're in for a treat. Hungary's fun.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. And I go from Hungary straight into a World Cup with
99.
England.
Johan, you require
Oh, there you
132.
go. That's a nice period of darts for you. Is this a nice period for Johan?
60.
Robin could
Robin, you
take the
require
lead.
100.
What a beautiful dart that is. Gives it the full Barry Van Peer thought process. And
92.
he's left on double 4.
Johan, you require 72.
This would sting. Oh, and he's missed a single. And everything changed for
32.
Robin in the background. He was just about to stand behind his opponent, then all of a sudden,
Robin,
he
you
needed
require
to check
8.
his towel for the grip. One more time before a shot for 3-2.
Game shot
And
on
he
the
finds
fifth
the lead.
leg. Robin Baker.
I didn't see this coming because Van Velsen was very comfortable when he was 2-0 up.
Sixth leg is Johan to throw first. Game on.
Really wants a win, doesn't he? It's very hard to hide that desire sometimes.
Yeah, it is. And
41.
like I say, the longer it goes on in a day that it takes the time to get that first win on the board, the harder it becomes.
Darts in Germany at the minute is
96.
going from strength to strength. And just when we thought that maybe we'd peaked, up comes Gabriel Clemens making the semi-finals of the World
83.
Championship, and we find out that nearly 4 million people are watching him in that semi-final. And now we start to think, is there another peak that can be found
125.
in German darts? Only time will tell, but we have elite players in Germany now. We have
42.
great challenge to our players as well, with the likes of Wenig, who you'll see later on. But there are more people coming through now than ever before. And
90.
other countries are starting to follow suit, like Belgium.
Yeah, it's because of the interest in darts. You know, people are watching it up and down the country now. It's on the
100.
sports channels out there now. It's the global machine that you have to say the PDC is taking darts to all corners of the globe
96.
and creating interest. And of course, that interest then creates young supporters who then pick up the darts and give it a go themselves. And this is
140.
probably a result of
Robin, you require 94.
the last few years and how well the PDC have done by putting the Euro Tours out there and things.
Well, that was very interesting.
54.
He had
Johan, you
76
require
left and he went for
95.
treble 18. Or did he just go for 3 18s to leave tops and hope that Johan missed? Well,
55.
he did miss. And Robin's got a chance to get his first 2 points of the group. We have 2 players on 4
Robin, you require
points.
40.
One of them is Van Velsen. And
Game
he's going to
shot.
stay there
And the
because
match,
Robin Baker has
Baker.
beaten him, meaning that for the week, they are 2-2. And they're going to have a decider around about this time tomorrow. So don't miss that tomorrow. But for now, Baker gets his first win of the day by 4 legs to 2.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Thank you for joining us once again. It's party time in the throwing zone there, as both players are currently residing in the yellow zone, but Cam Crabtree will start as a heavy favourite here against Adam Atkinson, who is on a bit of a losing streak here at the MODUS Super Series. He'd like to finish this game by snapping that streak, but we can't ignore the fact that Cam Crabtree, who has won a game today and lost a game,
Cam to throw
has been playing at a higher level than the Pooley. That cannot be denied, Scott.
No, he's come in and started to do exactly what we felt that he would do. Unfortunate
180
to run into yellow class in first game when it's first. You know, it's a good time to get the good players, I think, early doors, and Cammy didn't quite cut over the line there.
135.
Crabtree opens with a 180.
139.
Oh, he was frightened of knocking that other one out, wasn't he?
That was very smart, because if he flicks that second dart flight, that's on the floor. And we were hoping for just a second that a 9-dart attempt was on.
39.
There are certain records here at the MODUS Super Series which might be infinite. That game average record,
45.
which may have been broken by Luke Littler on Saturday night if he hadn't missed that pesky 13 segment. He might have beaten that 118.66 of Jason Askew from 2.5 years ago.
44.
But only one person's hit 9 darters
37.
under this roof. Conor Heenan's got 2. That's really good darts from Cam Crabtree. You do sense that Atkinson's got real problems in this one.
Yeah, you do, but hopefully it'll whisk him along.
60.
Cam in the background's going full Paul Lim, giving it the old ghost dart. Does it work? Oh, I don't know how he's got that through.
Cam Crabtree.
Open the gate. Welcome into a 1-0 lead. What a marvellous dart that was from Cam Crabtree.
There was a slight gap between the two, but it was only slight. And it was diced with flight, wasn't it? It was one of those darts that went in where he needed it to go.
22.
You wonder where Cam's going to be in about 10 years, considering he's had a very fast start to his very young career.
99.
He's had a pretty good year on the development tour as well, just gaining experience. And every time he goes there, he tends to have decent runs. First day of the year, got to a quarter-final. Then he made another one the following day. Fast forward to June, another quarter-final, followed by a semi-final where he lost out to Jared Cole.
125.
He's not losing to players that you would classify as worse than him. In fact, the last 4 players to beat him on the development tour.
60.
These are the names. Dylan Slevin, twice. Jared Cole, Gian Van Veen,
59.
and Luke Littler. It's taking the elite development tour players to eliminate him.
That is not too shabby at all, is it? To have on your CV.
140.
We talked about throw speed, and I think Adam Atkinson's thrown a little bit quicker now.
I noticed that when he was playing here last time, and it seemed like it was a bit more natural. There's a lot of prodding going on, so when he gets to a dress position, it's usually 2 little jabs, then through. But every now and again, he'll reduce that.
46.
It'll be fascinating to see what he does for the rest of the day. 1, 2, back and through. So it's usually 2, just 1 there though. So your point, Scott, was absolutely spot on.
140.
And the results are outstanding. It's a vast improvement on his scoring power.
Adam, you require 59.
How's his doubling? Let's find out in a different part of the board.
39. Cam, you require 112.
Cam might make him pay. Double 16.
96.
When he thought it was in, but it didn't drop.
Adam, you require 20.
Nobody likes fives. But he might like it a bit more now.
No score.
Maybe not.
Cam, you require 16.
He's already hit double 8 in this leg. And now he's hit
on
it
the
twice.
second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Are you one of those players who doesn't believe in the whole apology thing? Or do you not mind it?
Third leg
No,
is
I don't
Cam
believe
to
in
throw
it.
first.
He kept doing
Game
it to
on.
me when he beat me 5-3. It drove me up the wall, bless him. I love him to pieces. We went to death by pizza. I think he's a lovely little character. Oh, my goodness. If I could change one thing, I would say stop being sorry about winning legs of
180.
darts. Please don't do it.
It's the same for winning a match. Never apologise for doing what you're supposed to do. You're actually meant to hit more doubles than your opponent. You'll never see
121.
Novak Djokovic apologise for winning a point, apart from maybe hitting the net cord, which is the etiquette.
99.
You're never going to hear Ben Stokes apologise for hitting a 6.
Or an Australian apologising for hitting the stumps when somebody shouldn't be out. But that's another story. For me, I know what's going to happen now. I'm going to play
80.
Cam in the next challenge tour, and he's going to say sorry on purpose because he's going to watch his back, or Ryan Bate to tell him, one or the other.
84.
Just seems to be able to turn it on when he needs it, when he's throwing first. He's got Adam very uncomfortable.
All I'm saying, I hope I've still got his phone number in 10 years' time when he's getting me tickets to go to these
44.
places that
Cam,
I
you
haven't
require
been.
138.
Because that's the only way that I'm going to get there. He is a class act.
43.
Just because of the way he throws now doesn't mean he is the finished article. If you look at Michael van Gerwen when he won the World Masters at the age of 17, his throw was very different to the throw that got him a world title. This thing
80.
called evolution.
Cam, you
Let it
require
happen.
95.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I wouldn't change anything of what he's doing now, though. That's the point. But it changes as your body changes as well, and as you get older.
63.
You know, your motion changes, the way that your body moves changes, and
You make a very good point. I'm going to bring up an example in the next leg. When it comes to evolution, you must
100.
allow yourself to grow
Cam, you require 32.
and see what player you're about to become.
No score.
You won't believe that hasn't fallen
Adam, you
into that
require
32 bed.
76.
And this might be a bonus for Adam. Got to be the 25. Or is it? He thought about treble 17 first. It's in. Is this? It almost
51.
was.
Cam, you require 32.
so Crabtree here with 32.
Game shot on the
He's
third
been good
leg.
on that
Cam
side of the
Crabtree.
board so far this match. Takes a 3-0 lead against Atkinson.
I think they're sensing weakness.
Fourth leg is Adam to throw first.
And they're
Game on.
almost feeling a little bit guilty in putting Adam into these bagel-style positions. But the name I was going to bring up to you, Scott, when it comes to getting taller, getting bigger and maturing, a certain Justin van der Gouw
43.
from the Netherlands, two-time World Youth Champion in the BDO. He's still growing now.
140.
And in a funny sort of way, has growing actually stopped his progress?
I wouldn't go as far as say stopped his progress. It's changed the pattern of his progress, I would say.
100.
Absolutely, as that youth in those finals and at that time in the youth, you just didn't look past him in every
96
floor tournament or whatever. If he was in the room, all the other, it was who was going to get second.
Yeah, a bit like Leighton Bennett at one point. And now when Luke Littler walks into those tournaments, I remember when Justin was playing against Killian Heffernan
78
and Nathan Gervin, and for the want of a few shots, people were wondering just when Justin was going to win those matches.
No, absolutely. I remember actually talking to Nathan Gervin after that final, and he said, I just couldn't get near him. I said, but one day you will. It won't always be that way round. You've got to stick at it. And
60.
And what a talent he is turning into, Nathan Gervin.
Yeah, fabulous player. Who's also made World Youth Final
60.
twice, lost them both, and also lost the PDC World Youth Final to Josh Rock. Keeps bumping into these superstars, doesn't he? Van Tachau, Rock, Bennett. He'll have his day.
Yeah, without doubt.
31.
Without
Can
doubt.
you require 158?
And he's another one, Nathan. He's a nice little, likeable young lad. Without any too many airs and graces, he just loves the game.
He's the future of Scottish darts. Could Cam be the future of English darts, alongside a few other very big talents.
58.
He's trimmed the 58 off, and he will come back for a ton for a 4-0 win. If he does that, he will be on 4 points and a leg difference of +6. That will get him to the top of the tree, no pun intended.
61.
I have to say,
require 100.
Crabtree, yes, has got a touch of the dropsies today. He's dropped a few darts on that hockey.
60. Adam, you require
In the
128.
transfer from the left to the right hand.
It's one of the unspoken skills of a dart player, being able to do that without looking. And Cam's looking at tops to make Adams'
30.
winless run
Cam, you require 40.
even longer. You can't squeeze a dart through those two. Or can you? If it was me, I'd give it a shot.
No, they're too flat. He's got to go one side or the other. He's chosen to go left.
Game.
Oh,
shot.
what a
And the
shot
match,
that is.
Cam Crabtree.
That's an amazing dart from Cam Crabtree to win by 4 legs to 0. A superb angle created. It was decent on the checkouts. He probably won't be happy with his average, but at the end of the day, it is a 4-0 win for Crabtree.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Thanks for joining us once again. We are now going to see Stu Wilson against Jelle Klaassen to finish up round 3 of our matches here on Thursday. As it stands in the table, we have 3 players on 4 points, 2 players on 2 points, and Adam Atkinson is the sole player on 0 as it stands. A win here for Klaassen would put him top of the tree over Cam Crabtree.
First leg, it's Stu to throw first.
As for Stu
Game
Wilson,
on.
2 points here, Scott, and he will join the party on 4.
Yes, tightening the group up very nicely. These 2 players are probably the 2 more experienced players in this group.
140.
And I'm sure that Stu will be trying to put right
40.
his last game because he just didn't look himself in that one. In a 4-1 loss to Van Velzen.
You've played in a Group C scenario. Having a
100.
3-game break, which is, in this sort of schedule, tantamount to about 75 minutes off.
100.
What do you do with those 75 minutes?
I was just out in the back room, sat, just chatting with the guys and having a drink, jumping up and down every 10 minutes,
60.
and having 15 or 20, 21 darts. Sit back down again and just kind of
40.
trying to work out what Scott was here that day. Really, it was a difficult one because the time is difficult to lapse when you come into the room and you come in a couple of hours before and you're preparing for that first game. That 2 hours seems to fly, but once they then all start and you're raring to go and waiting to go, that 75
60.
minutes takes a long
Stu
time to come
require
round.
101.
I think what we're seeing from Stu is that the last 75 minutes have been fruitful for good preparation.
69.
That was a shot for a 15-dart leg. We still have not had one game go the distance.
57.
But because of the experience of these
Stu
two,
require 32.
this is more likely to go the distance than maybe any other game.
Yeah, they both know how to hold their throws,
Game shot
don't
on the
they? And
first
that's
leg.
exactly
Stu
what
Wilson.
this one's going to be about. I think that you're not going to see lots of breaks in this one.
Second leg, it's Yella to throw first. Game on.
Yella has chosen to stay with the hamster cage flights.
125.
And that last dart was nothing to do with the flight. It seems to be something to do with grip. It might even be the transfer from the left hand to the right hand, something
100.
that you referenced in the last game. You look at that right hand, it's a very intricate grip that's using
100.
the thumb, the forefinger, and the middle finger. The last 2 fingers are not engaged, but they do have this claw-style thing going on.
100.
I'm always intrigued to see how people's hands are reacting.
78.
Because Yella's had a pretty severe wrist injury in his career when he was in the middle of a Premier League campaign. And how he made it to the end of that campaign, I will never know.
140.
Because his wrist was black by the time he was finished.
And there were rumours at that time they thought that he would
94. Stu
struggle to really throw a dart again. I remember I had tendonitis in my wrist once, and it was through
65.
a quick jolt
Yella, you
from when I
require
was trying to.
104.
I had a set of loppers trying to lop off some conifer, and it went a little quicker than I thought. And the next thing I know, and the tendonitis, I was in cast for 6 weeks.
72. Stu require 96.
Chance for Wilson to double his lead then. He's going to look at the double 18.
80.
How many times do you
Yella,
say
require
that
32.
when somebody gets the treble 20 after you've gone for the double? And he's given a look.
28. Stu, you require
The trait
16.
of Yella Klaassen returns for this week. He has had dart after dart, leg after leg, and keeps giving his opponent chances.
Game shot on the second leg.
And
Stu
they've been
Wilson.
lapping them up against him, which is why Yella is there in Group C.
This is starting to look like the strongest display from any player in this group so far.
Third leg, it's Stu to throw first.
Predominantly,
Game
we're
on.
seeing people win with low 80s averages. Just scouring through the results so far. And in fact, it's Klaassen who has the best Average of the day so far,
100.
84.95. This is much better than that to date.
58.
You've only got half the job done. But it very much looks like Wilson is starting to knit something together here.
100.
Yeah, he is, and he, like I say, for Yeller, Wilson's not slow
46.
by any means, but it's still not quite a quick enough movement for Yeller to get in his full flow, and he's got to find a way of dealing with this, Yeller. He really has, because
121.
it's going to hinder him. If he can't sort this, he's going to hinder him.
43.
Still got that snap and that ferocity in that arm. But obviously in that winding up motion, something is not quite right this week. And the worst thing is,
44.
when you do not know what it is, you have to just let it come to you and you have to figure it out.
81.
And if you can't,
you
there are
require
people out there who would like to
136.
cast their eye over you and give you the assistance that you need. Wilson is being merciless. 88.
120.
Fine try.
It'd have been easier to hit it, I think. The two trebles were so good.
55.
You would have thought that would have given you a big
requires
confidence lift to
16.
just absolutely smack it. But with Klaassen way back on 218, there's no real pressure on this, and sometimes that's not a good thing in darts.
Game shot on the
What a
third
lovely
leg.
dart that is
Stu
from
Wilson.
Stu for 3-0. This game is not taking long. Just over 6.5 minutes to date.
Fourth leg, it's Yeller to throw first. Game on.
I didn't see this coming. Especially
180.
when you consider that Klaassen's just smacked the first 180 of the game right there. You're someone who likes a
100.
bright flight, don't you, Scott? You like a bit of pink.
Yeah, I don't know why I did it. I think back in the day,
96.
when I was a real youngster, sort of 17-year-old, I met this young lady called Caroline, and she used to use pink, and I could see them in the board easier. And she went on to be one of my mate's wives. It was
100.
Caroline Carter. I met her as a young lady, and I said, could I use your pink flights? I won't use black stems like you do. I
100.
use pink stems as well, because I could just see them in the board quicker. She said, I don't mind. And she actually went and bought me 10 sets of these flights for me. And that's how I ended up using pink flights, yeah. Way back when.
140. Yeller, you require 125.
Well, this is one of those special finishes that we all like to see every now and again, but it's not going to happen this time.
77. Stu, you require 161.
This is a match-winning chance, albeit a very big one. And too big an ask.
45.
3 times
Yeller, you
today
require
we've seen
48.
4-0 scorelines.
Game shot on the
This is
fourth
not going to be
leg.
one of
Yeller
them.
Klaassen.
Klaassen goes double-double in a somewhat accidental way.
Yeah, but
leg
again, it
is
sums
Stu
up
to
the
throw
other's week.
first. Game
Sometimes
on.
he can't buy a double, and there he is. He gets 2 in one go. It's just, I think his head is bamboozled today, and because he's just his game has been there.
100.
But the fact that he's not hitting the outer ring with the regularity that he needs to and how he wants to means that
139.
it's affecting him in other ways. And then, of course, his scoring then starts to disappear. It's just, it's hard to put your finger on, really, and why it's happening.
60.
It can be a very strange game at times. In fact, at the start of our show,
100.
we actually did illustrate a double-double finish by Stu Wilson on finals night when he hit double 16, double 12. Didn't do it on purpose, but it was very, very good for him. He didn't qualify that night.
78.
But he did cause some problems for his opponents. And he's definitely got Klaassen in a troublesome spot right here.
44.
Wilson's that sort of player that will always cause trouble for an opponent. He has the experience.
137.
He's playing with Lancashire at a very, very good level for a while. And the bigger the games, the better some of these experienced players play.
419s will give him a match start. It's at the bull. And that's the game.
And the match.
What a great shot that was from Stu Wilson to get a heavy, heavy win against the former world champion. And look at that. That is by far and away the best performance of the day. Not just from that high checkout to end the match. The overall doubles and the overall average, all really good for Wilson, who goes towards the middle of the table on 4 points. He wins by 4-1.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. 9 games in, and we've had some really significant encounters. As you can see, Adam Atkinson has lost his 3 matches today, meaning he's picked up just 1 win from his last 28 Super Series matches. Now, Cam Crabtree has responded very well to his opening defeat to Jelle Klaassen, not dropping a leg since then. And next up, we have 2 of the players on 4 points, Crabtree and Johan van Velzen. To find out who'll be the first on to 6, let's hand back to Scott and Paul.
Thank you very much, Abby. Great to be here, and it is now round 4 to see where Cam Crabtree and Johan van Velzen will be before they play their final match a little bit later on. We've been steaming through these games this afternoon. Not one game going the distance, and that is quite rare. But that surname of Van Velzen may be quite familiar to you, because earlier in this series, we did have a different Van Velzen with us in the shape of Marvin.
First leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
No relation, apparently, Scott.
No, Johan said that they're no relation. There are a few Van Velsens that play darts, and he reliably informed us that he was the better one of the lot.
100.
So, obviously, without the others here to stand judge, jury, and executioner, we're going to have to go with what he says. He is 45. Obviously the best Van Velzen of the lot.
Well, if he qualifies for Saturday night, he is guaranteed to be the best Van Velzen we've seen here.
And it shows his fun side as well, off the board. It shows his fun character off the board. I know he's travelled over with his father, and his father's driven him over and been dropping him off every day from the hotel. But no guests are now in the Super Series until Saturday night. So I know he's desperate to try and make Saturday night so that his father can come and see him play on the big stage for the first time, because he's never played in any surroundings like this before. So he's desperate to get on there and try and
100.
Make it.
Require 120.
If you're keen to be here on Saturday night as well, there's a QR code on your screen right there. Scan that. That'll take you to dartshop.tv, and you could come and watch
85.
Possibly Johan van Velsen here on Saturday night. It starts at 7:30 local time. Doors open before that. You can join us as
140.
the party atmosphere builds
Johan, you
to
require
a very
36.
unique darting experience.
Game shot in the first leg.
And there's a
Johan
little
van
step
Velzen.
closer for Van Velsen, who is now embroiled in a real scrap for the top two, because we've
Second
got
leg, it's Cam to
4
throw
players
first. Game on.
4 points currently. Wilson, Crabtree, Klassen, and Johan are all on
60.
4, with Robin Bager just 1 win behind. But this is one of those games where whoever wins, they will take the lead.
100.
And I suppose we have to say that the win for Stu Wilson against Klassen in Game 9 went the way of these two, because it gave them the
47.
freedom of knowing whatever scoreline this one is, someone was going to the top.
Yeah, and sometimes they can be a nervy sort of edgy, touchy,
100.
feely type game, can't they? When the players are fully aware of what's going on, and it would give one of them a bit of a break and get away from the others.
100.
I think Cam goes to the same barber as Mike De Decker of Belgium. He gets his side part and cut with a laser.
98.
It's the in fashion now, mate. We're old boys now. It's the in thing.
I'm going to have to start getting a side partner again.
44.
I didn't think they were cool, but apparently they are. Thanks for the education, Cam.
I had a side partner when Rick Astley was at the height of his fame.
What, last week at Glastonbury?
97.
Yeah, absolutely sold out at the BIC at Bournemouth in February as well. I tried to go.
He looked pretty good, did Rick Astley? He was never going to give up, and neither was Cam.
180. Johan, you require 106.
Oh, look at this. This would sting a bit.
88.
Good try.
Cam, you require 70.
Had a chance for 2-0. And Crabtree stop him. Oh, Cam. A careless missed single. Costs him a shot. And maybe just the invitation that Johan wants.
You require 18.
We've all done it, and we'll all continue to do that type of thing. It's so frustrating for you as a player, and particularly when it's to give
9.
your opponent a chance, and he's
Cam, you require 32.
handed the impetus back to Crabtree.
Game shot in the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
He really does have some facial expressions, this young man. I'm trying to read what that meant.
Third leg is Johan.
Was that
first? Game
good
on.
shot, but why was I given that shot? I'm a lucky boy.
140.
He's definitely that overstacking method kind of player, isn't he? And in fact, they both are.
180.
How good was that? He almost made that third dart disappear. You couldn't see it for the other two.
Like you said, the shape of his darts does
100.
bode for good scoring, and they will sit on top of one another.
85.
It means there's actually less effort when they're flying through the air to nestle. When you want to get them underneath, you need to have quite a powerful arm or a powerful action. Whereas if they're going in quite flat, you can throw them and they can just collect if they hover through the air.
Yeah, absolutely. You can kind of land on top, can't you, and use it that way. Did you see that Thomas Younghans 180 the other week?
Yes.
Where it bounced out, hit the back of his
Johan,
flight, and
require
went back in again. That's the
136.
strangest 180 I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I think my commentator colleague who was next to me, he informed me that it may have been in.
60. Cam, you require 136.
You were in with H, were you?
I was.
Yeah.
96.
Oh, that's a lovely leave.
Johan, you require 76.
This is a good leg. High quality stuff from both players. Could turn into the best game of the day.
40.
Crabtree for the break.
Cam, you require 40.
Misses his chance. He's got every right to
Johan, you
feel a bit
require
miffed about
36.
that. That was a gilt-edged chance for a break of throat.
Game shot on the third
He'll have to
leg.
wait
Johan
a little
van
bit longer.
Velzen.
Indeed.
This
Fourth
ability
leg
that
is Cam
dart
to throw
players
first. Game on.
have to cultivate of taking loss on the chin and being able to move on with quality.
177.
And this is what young players have to learn. You are going to get legs like that. You should have won them. You didn't. You move on. If you dwell on it, it could infect the rest of your day.
100.
Indeed, the rest of your career, depending on the shot.
Well, with the 177 visit from Crabtree, I would have said that Cam was over it
58.
with one throw. But he will. What happens is when you start missing doubles, you think you're the only dart player in the whole
80.
world that's missing them. You convince yourself. The fact that you're in a room sometimes with 10 boards each side of you, and there can only be one winner on each board, you still
96.
think you're the only one missing. It's the craziest mindset game I think you could ever play.
$60. Cam, you require 170.
On some level, you've got to be somewhat narcissistic in this game, I think. I held my breath. I wasn't sure if that
105.
second dart was in. It was one of those stealth darts that he throws now and again because of the camera angle. What's the play here then? Does he go 25?
60. Cam, you require
No need.
65.
I wouldn't.
I like treble 11 here. And that's what he did.
49.
No, excellent board management there from a young man.
Not the only option as well. He could have even gone for treble 19 there for double 4. Depends on which
60.
double you prefer to look at. And he's seen this double a few times
Cam, you
today
require 16.
and followed it with success.
Game
There
shot
it
on
is
the fourth
again.
leg.
If there's a double
Cam
on this
Crabtree.
board that has been cooperating today, it's been that one.
Yeah, indeed. And
Fifth leg is Johan to throw first. Game on.
still no closer. Knowing he's going to be top of the group. It's now a best of
60.
3. See who heads there.
That stance that Cam has,
60.
is that something that maybe will evolve over time? Because one thing that you do, Scott, is you stand very tall. And your stance
28.
position is not that different to standing up straight. Whereas if you look at that, his lower back is twisted a lot. And it's quite a thrusting motion that he
60.
has. Is that something you'll have to watch over the course of the next 10 years?
Yeah, possibly, because it's also it's a side foot as well as so it's a twist and a lean
60.
forward, isn't it? Like I say, I don't. He sort of tries to get his shoulders 45 degrees to the board,
57.
but his foot is 90 degrees, so it could possibly be a thing. But when you're that age, you can twist and bend and break and do whatever, can't you? Really, you fall over, it doesn't
83.
hurt, and you know when you get to our age, you know it's every time you do something, you prick your finger with a needle. And it hurts.
97.
So, yeah, I think I don't think it's going to come into him very quickly. I think it's maybe over time, but I don't think he'll be worried about that right this moment.
Not at all.
100.
Very young, very supple, and doesn't have to worry about the pains and aches of later in life.
125.
But my
Johan, you
advice
require
is,
170.
whatever twists and turns you get in your stance, just do a few exercises just to remind your body that that's not how you want to be permanently later.
44. Cam, you require
You should
102.
have told me that 15 years ago when we met, mate. You'd have helped me out no end.
54.
It's like when you do yoga
Johan,
poses
you
and you
require
put yourself into awkward
126.
positions, but then there are counteractions as well just to make sure that you're okay in the other direction. Go to the centre. Oh, he's at
90.
36. That's a nice
Cam, you
plan B,
require
just in case.
48.
One of those lovely misses.
Is it double 16 or double 8? Doesn't need double
Game
8.
shot on the fifth leg.
Wonderful
Cam
shot from
Crabtree.
Cam. he could be going to the summit. He holds throw, wins 4-2.
To throw first.
Two things happen. He goes to 6 points and +8. Best points, best leg difference. And he continues the trend of no games going the distance today. Now, I've been commentating from this room for a while. I was involved in the previous studio as well.
100.
I also, like you, Scott, was playing and commentating from home during the pandemic. I don't remember a day where no games went 4-3.
100.
Well, there is that, but you're trying to tempt fate here. We have got a few more games left in for the rest of the day.
57.
Now that I've mentioned that, you know that Johan's going to win this leg.
Well, commentator's curse would say, yes,
60.
you are correct now that we've mentioned it. But I say the royal we because I didn't actually mention it, you did.
44.
This is one of those 6-star conversions that everybody dreams of. That maximum visit, then a 161 at the end.
60.
Still his biggest finish of the week, 145. I've got a sneaky suspicion that the biggest finish we're going to see tonight, this is a little heads up, I think it'll come from Sherrick. She's got a knack of those big finishes when she comes here.
140. Cam, you require 160.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that, actually. That's her trait.
43. Johan, you require 141.
Well, another thing, she does like playing against the fellas as well. It brings the best out in her.
It really does. She plays well over the next couple of days. I think her odds of retaining that women's world match play will change
Cam,
as
you
well.
require 117.
For 6 points. And the top of the table.
97.
Crabtree misses.
Johan, you require 41.
Oh, that's a missed single.
That's the second time he's done that this week. Hit a 20 going for the 1.
Oh. That would have been so unusual.
38.
But
Cam,
it was a
you require 20.
match-saving opportunity, which he's missed.
Game.
And
Shot.
Crabtree wins the match.
Cam Crabtree.
He wins 3 from 4 so far today and continues that trend of no games going the distance. It's that 86 range that he's living in today, and 40% on the doubles is not bad at all. Crabtree wins that one by 4 legs to 2.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back. This is game number 11 of our Group C action. I'm the asset Paul Nicholson. This is Scotty Dog Scott Mitchell. And this is game 4 of the week between these two. As it stands, Klassen is 2-1 up. We would like to be 3-1 up, because if he can do that, he will join Crabtree at the top of the tree on 6 points and be firmly in the mix for a top 2 spot going into tomorrow. With a game in hand, he does have a match with Johan van Velsen to come in game 13. So now is the time for Klassen to sprint, because he plays 2 of the next 3 games.
121.
And that's a kind of good thing with this system. If he has a good game here, you want to be back on in a couple of games' time and try and assert yourself
80.
on the group. Because you can get 2 quick wins on the bounce, put yourself up there, and then, let the others shoot at you.
140.
Now, Robin has got a win against Klassen this week. It was a very impressive performance. That was on Tuesday when he won by 4 legs to 3. But the other side of Tuesday, he's been done 4 legs to 1.
100.
By his Dutch opponent. I just wonder where Robin ranks that win against Klassen in his career. Because judging by his reaction to it,
119.
Yeah,
you require 140.
Well, it has to be, doesn't it? I mean, one, how often do you get to play former world champions?
60.
I think, if I remember rightly, John Boy told me there were maybe 30 former world champions. That's all there are. Not all of those are still playing.
84.
So how often does it happen?
80.
So it's got to be right up there for him. It's got to be.
I wonder if there's somebody
40.
out there who's played
Robin,
them all.
you require 160.
I might have to look into that,
Surely you'd be looking at the type of
83.
somebody like
you require
Martin
40.
Adams or
I was thinking Steve
Game
Bean.
shot on the first leg.
That's
Yellow
my line of
Klassen.
thought as well.
Well, I know that Steve has definitely played Yellow Klassen, so there's 1 off the list. Has Steve played you?
Second
Yes,
leg is
he
Robin
has,
to go
That's
first.
2.
Game
So we're
on.
getting there.
Indeed.
I'm totally invested in this now. I'm gonna check this out. I once got a little bee in my bonnet about
21.
knowing all of the winning doubles for every World Championship, and I categorized it for
46.
last year's World Championship, and it became so invaluable. But now I've got a new project. I'm going to try and find that player.
I know one of the winning doubles from a world
41.
champion.
Was it hit by you by any chance?
Yeah, funny enough.
41.
It's one of my favourite subjects to talk about, actually. There are certain doubles that have never been hit for a World Championship and may never be hit.
180.
What a wonderful visit that was from Robin. That was a classy 180.
58.
Classy 180 against Klassen. I like your style.
59.
Every now and again, you're going to find an opponent, whether you're playing well or not, you like playing them because you like their pace. And in a strange sort of way, because of what you've told me already today,
81.
Scott, I think Klassen has a good effect on Robin. Because it looks like he doesn't think as much.
No, he definitely
33.
doesn't. And he plays slightly differently. And I think, I keep reiterating it, it's back to that pace thing where Yellow's out of his way.
81. Robin,
And
you
he
require
comes in and throws a little
167.
bit with Yellow's pace. Until we come to this finishing section and the
37.
the short irons into the green, so we call them.
I think Yellow is quite interested in golf,
100.
actually.
Robin, you require 130.
But golf in Holland it's not massively popular, although they do have some very good talents. Double 5.
Game shot on the second
where did
leg.
that come
Robin
from?
Baker.
What a great shot. That's his biggest finish of the week. And a very deliberate sip of the water.
Third leg is Yellow
a
to throw
confident
first.
sip of the
Game on.
water. Yeah, golf in the Netherlands, very much fronted by a guy called Joost
180.
Luiten. Their best player. Actually, once was a guest of us at the darts. We went to the 2016
125.
Austrian Open in Vienna. Came and joined us for the day. What a fine chap.
96.
It is lovely with the darts how many from other sports enjoy it. And, you know, obviously the cricket's on today and Jimmy Anderson has been a guest at the Premier League and stuff, and even had chucked a few tungstens on stage, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, he had a game with Alistair Cook.
58.
I don't remember who won that game, but maybe Jimmy doesn't want us to bring that up. This is a good response from Yella.
42. Yellow require 167.
Hit hard with that 130 checkout from Robin. And he's given himself a bit of breathing space.
81.
Big time darts on this weekend, not only at the Super Series, but also in Poland for the very first time.
75. Yellow require 86.
Again, another nation that is starting to take to darts, and we're seeing 3 or 4 dart stars from Poland starting to emerge.
Oh yeah, there's going to be a lot more. As far as Eastern Europe is concerned, darts is only just starting to find its way there.
39. Yellow require 32. Game shot in the third
That is a
leg.
commanding
Yellow
leg
Klassen.
from the Cobra. He has completely wiped out that 130 finish in a matter of a minute and a bit.
Fourth leg is Robin to throw first. Game on.
Looks like he's subscribing to the Alan Norris calisthenics video. How many players are we seeing now doing that at the edge of the stage? Andy Bolton, Jelle Klaassen, Alan Norris.
Chunk's always done it. Sorry, Chuck. Chunk's always done it.
44.
Do apologise if you've got a mental image of Alan Norris doing a Mr. Motivator video style thing right now.
140.
But it was completely on purpose, so I'm going to retract said apology.
And it didn't last for long. Anything Aaron Norris does
140.
in the form of fitness regime would not last for long.
Well, Alan Norris, funnily enough, was the person to beat Jelle Klaassen in the 2016 German Darts Championship final. And that is something that didn't sit well with Jelle. He was remarkable in that tournament, but he didn't win it.
Robin, you require 155.
I will never forget that event as long as I live because of Alan winning it, Jelle not winning it, and the fact that Daryl Gurney beat Michael van Gerwen with half a wrist.
95.
He was just out of a cast.
137.
This is the shot that we saw Luke Littler throw a flat
Robin,
dart, then hit the double top with the flat dart, just showing off.
Like I say, he's not the only one that does it. Daryl Gurney, I think, does it. Owen Bates does it.
40.
And Littler has brought it into his repertoire, which is, I tried it, and I keep lobbing him off the top. So I think that makes me look even more stupid than blocking myself, so I don't do it anymore.
I know somebody else who can do it. His name is Willie O'Connor. Whether he chooses to do it or not is a different thing, but Jelle is
125.
powering forward here. Averaging over 92 all of a sudden. Not something that Robin can currently live with, even though he had that wonderful
57.
second leg with that ton plus finish. It seems like ancient history now.
It does, but when Robin watches this back, he needs to take
44.
things like that and find some positives from games, even though he's lost them. It's the way to evolve. It's the way to bring your game up. I think every player should try and do that rather than walk off a bit of a misery guts. Really, you've got to find something that you've done right.
60.
If it's a big 180 to leave a double, but your opponent goes out, you know, they're big good moments, and you just got to add to those good moments.
140.
I say this to some of my young students. Before you go to bed at night, before you put the lids down and forget about everything for the day, write one
96.
line in a blog, not on a social media. It's for private, written down with a pen and paper. Somewhat old-fashioned these days. One line
60
of positivity from your day, and one line that says, what would I do differently to something that didn't go right today?
35.
It's always trying to give you that resilience that you really need, not just in darts or sport, but in life.
Do you know what? That's a great idea. I might start doing that if I remember. Just put a little book by the side of your bed. That would be an easy thing to do, wouldn't it?
2 lines,
Yellow
that's it.
require 141.
That was a very handy tip given to me by a good friend of mine and someone who helped me in my career by the name of Tony
93.
Wrighton.
Robin, you
Absolutely
require
wonderful
95.
mind coach. Doesn't get a shot at double 16, but yellow might.
43. Yellow
This
require
game has
48.
not been very long at all. And he
Game,
finishes
shot,
with 2
and a
doubles.
match. Yellow
How ironic.
Klassen.
He's been really struggling on the outer ring to finish people off, but he has no trouble in getting a 3-1 lead against Robin Bager for the week with a very tidy display, especially when you consider he was 4 out of 4 on the checkouts. And we might even give him 120% because he hit double 8 on the end of double 16 at the end. Klassen wins by 4 legs to 1.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
More darts coming your way now as we have the climax of round number 4. And as far as Jelle Klassen is concerned, he's just got himself to 6 points alongside Cam Crabtree. And with that 4-1 win, he goes to +5 in the leg difference. So he will go to second position. That second position is within reach of Stu Wilson, though. He now takes on Adam Atkinson, who is looking to get his first win of the day. And the first win since he played on Tuesday a few weeks ago. I have been
First
somewhat
leg is Adam to throw
ignoring
first.
something here
Game
today
on.
because I don't want to poster Adam as a certain person. I haven't been looking at how many games he's lost in a row, but unfortunately, if he doesn't win today, I'm going to have to.
99.
That would be harsh, but I think, like I say, he's starting to find his feet a little and starting to be more of an opponent.
78.
Although he's not won again today, he's getting there.
I think if he was to get a win, his reaction would tell a very honest story.
57.
Now, if we are led to believe that his struggles are because of the equipment and he wants to try and find more comfort with what he's throwing,
60.
I think it'll be an interesting journey for him for the rest of the year to try and figure out whether he's using the right stuff or whether there's something else out there that's going to get him back to where he wants to be.
100.
It's a difficult one. I personally would change and try and find something, but in Adam's situation, where he probably hasn't got an equipment sponsor.
60.
You and I have led a blessed life on that front, and it's a mighty expensive experiment if you do go down that road without an equipment sponsor.
Now, this is something that I've spoken about with certain people within the sport. I'd like to get your opinion on it, Scott. Do you think we're getting to a point where fitting days,
123,
like a person going to a golf club
167.
or going to, I don't know, a fishing shop, getting something that is tailored to you via a darts route, is that something that we need now?
I can see it happening. Yes, I can see it as another stage.
22.
I think there are. It has to go that way, doesn't it? I think there is help out there. There are a couple of companies that are actually doing something similar
145.
and helping you with your setup to make sure you got the right flight, the right stem to the flight and the flow of what you're doing. And I think there is going to be. Because as we say, you start buying darts, 3, 4, 5 sets at 50 quid a set. Is it going to be more beneficial to go somewhere, pay a couple of £100 where all the darts are there, all the shapes, all the weights, all the sizes,
you require 20.
all the stems, all the flights? I think there's something in that.
I agree. 2 5s.
Game shot on the first leg.
And I make that the first time today that he's led. So there you go. Someone is trending in the right direction.
Second
Starts
leg
with a hold.
to throw first.
And if he can break in leg 2, his confidence will start to grow.
100.
It will be catastrophic for Wilson, who's trying to keep pace with Klassen and Crabtree. He's already seen Johan van Velsen fail in this round to Crabtree.
140.
And Wilson has got Crabtree in his last game. So he's in that similar position to what Klassen was in the previous game. He's playing 2 games out of 3. So this is the sprint to the finish now.
100.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I keep thinking about that idea we've just had. I'm wondering whether we're going to have to patent that idea. Do you reckon we can patent that idea? Set one up in one of my barns. Me and you could do it.
90.
I think it'd be very popular. It's a very interesting grip that
60.
Stu Wilson's got. It's almost as if he's holding a dart that's too hot. He can't wait to get it out of his hands. It's very much a fingertip grip as well.
Yeah, it happened yesterday with Robin where he threw his last dart so quickly.
57.
I commented to Mace, it was like he had a hot spud in his hand and he couldn't get rid of it quick enough.
Yeah, I think we've all thrown a dart like that once or twice in our careers. That would be an interesting game show.
140.
Throwing darts that are too hot.
Oh,
how quick would that be?
I thought you meant hot potato throwing.
I know certain people within this sport who can throw anything. Our good friend Steve West. I've seen him score a 180 with bookies pens.
140. Stu, you require 101.
Yeah, I've seen that too. Amazing.
Well, that's an amazing dart from Stu. 2 16s for level.
Game shot on
And
the
that's
second
exactly
leg.
what he wanted.
Stu Wilson.
A great response to what Adam did in the first leg.
Third
Performance
leg
of the day
is
so
Adam to throw
far.
first. Game on.
Are we giving that to Stu Wilson with that 4-1 win over Klassen, averaging over 94, or do we give it to Yeller in getting 100% on doubles in the previous game?
Yeah, I think
95.
100% is pretty difficult to do on doubles, isn't it? I would probably go that direction.
I'd agree. You expect these players to get 90-plus averages, but to get 100% on doubles,
55.
when you've struggled on doubles most of the week, just throwing that into the mix. I think that was a great display against Robin Bager.
And let's not forget he's straight back on
59.
next game. And hopefully he can take a bit of confidence from that and start to think that it's starting to work for him and the rhythm's starting to work.
8 points. That's what Klassen can do.
140.
8 points is what Wilson can do. Also Crabtree. That says to me that if we have players on 8 points,
85.
there could be 2. And it might be those 2 that start running away with the group come 3 o'clock tomorrow, when we will know, when we will rejoin Sporty Stuff TV
54.
from 3. After 2 rounds of play, I think we're going to know who the form horses are. The favourites for the group and for progression into Saturday night.
43.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think we will.
The more I look at the people who are already qualified for Champions Week, the more I'm excited about what it's going to entail. You've got a current
61.
WDF World Champion in Neil Duff. You've got the fastest man in the West, Danny Lauby. Steve West can still put in those massive averages. Then you've got Barry Van Peer, who's
83.
known as the best amateur player in the world. And maybe the best journeyman player in the world in Andy Bolton. And then maybe the most exciting player in the world in Luke Littler. I'm just glad I'm going to be here to see it.
45. Adam, you require 136.
And I think to decide the commentators for that week, we should have a wrestle-off.
That's me out then.
And I think that the last 2 in the ring standing should be the commentators for the week.
96.
I'm just going to let you and Chris Mason have it.
46.
Henry's over the top rope with a sneeze.
Another? Yeah, I think if we were having a Royal Rumble with Henry in it, he'd be out of the ring faster than Santino Marella.
98. Adam, you require 40.
He holds the Royal Rumble record at 1 second. Two, 1 to Adam.
Game shot on the
There you
third
go.
leg. Adam
Looking
Atkinson.
much better, more composed. This is a better average as well, over 80. Just starting to put something
Fourth-legged
together.
Stu to throw first. Game on.
You know, there's a very famous wrestler from Stu Wilson's backyard. Not from his actual
100.
backyard. He doesn't live in his backyard, but from Preston. He's actually a commentator for WWE now. By the name of Wade Barrett.
134.
He's from Preston.
I remember Wade Barrett.
Yeah, he was part of the Nexus group. He was the leader of said group. And
60.
He was a fine wrestler. And he's got a very deep and husky Lancastrian voice. And just up the road in Blackpool, there was another world-famous wrestler from that neck of the woods as well, called William Regal.
40.
I remember him too. I used to watch the wrestling back in the day, but not so much these days. I don't find the time with Super Series commentary, farming, playing
60.
darts. It's I don't find the downtime to watch the wrestling these days.
I know what you mean. I just use social media to catch up on the news. And you can use our social media channels to keep in touch with what's happening here. We do have
59.
Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. We have a TikTok account as well. So if you aren't able to join us for live action, you can see highlights on the likes of
81.
YouTube. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel as well. If we aren't live on Sporty Stuff TV, you can watch us live via that YouTube channel in different sessions throughout the week.
98.
This is where you want to put in that 2 treble visit to make your opponent have to hit that 170. Well, that's catastrophic, really.
Adam, you require 170.
This one's on a plate for Adam because in every likelihood, he's going to have 2 visits from here. He does have a few idiosyncrasies, does Adam?
46.
When he's throwing darts.
Stu, you require 160.
I brought it up the last time he was here. Do you know any dart players that have strange facial expressions when they play?
41.
I don't know. I've never watched myself back for a while, so hopefully you're not talking about me.
No, not at all. Not about you. I used to have this crazy little smile on my face before I used to throw every dart. I somehow got rid of that. Adam will be smiling if he hits the ball.
99.
Well, that's more like it. It was a really good try.
Stu, you require 119.
$62. This is where you leave the bullseye or double 13. It is double 13. What a shot from Stu Wilson.
Stu Wilson.
And just when you think Adam Watkinson is on an upward curve, somebody cuts the curve in half.
5th leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
But once again, like we were saying about picking confidence from legs, Adam did a lot of good stuff in that leg, and he needs to not forget.
85.
Yeah, confidence is a weird thing, isn't it? You can't walk into a shop and buy it in a bottle. You can lose it really quickly. But in order to get it, you've got to build it.
140.
Yeah, 100%. And sometimes that can take 7-8 months to build up. And you can have one terrible TV performance and it is destroyed in 20 minutes. It's heartbreaking. It's happened to me a few times where
59.
I've been absolutely flying and then you make one mistake on a TV tournament and your world falls to pieces.
Yeah, in some cases I can sympathise because there is not one world championship that I've played in where I didn't cry at the end. Because it meant the world. And when you're defeated, it does feel like the end of the world.
46.
But it's a world championship. You put everything, your heart, your soul, your commitment into it. If you're not crying at the end, I think there's something wrong with you.
121.
I'm quite an emotional player. I don't think I cried at the end of 2015. I admit that. But yeah, there's been a few games that I've been highly disappointed. And
41.
I remember a game against Adam, I think, second leg side, where I travelled all year, my family and everything, done everything for 12 months, and my sponsors to get me out there. And Adams beat me in 23 minutes, 3-0 at Lakeside.
60.
First game on the Saturday.
That sounds cruel.
BBC hadn't even gone live. They didn't go live till the second game. And I was like, you are having a giraffe, aren't you? That hurt. That one really hurt.
60. Stu, you require 80.
But you didn't say die. And that's what it says on the back of Adam's shirt. Poolies never say die.
$37.
That hasn't worked out very well. But he is coming back. He's another one who's got that lean into the right hip, just like Cam Crabtree.
59. Stu, you require 43.
More of an upright stance for Stu, who's looking at double 16. Doesn't find double 8. This is a big ask for Adam.
Adam, you require 151.
Just imagine if he hits this. Oh, double top.
Game shot on the fifth
out of the
leg.
clear
Adam Atkinson.
blue sky. A 151. How do you feel,
Six-legged
Stu?
Stu to throw first.
I bet
Game
that one
on.
hurt a bit.
I think Stu was in the background there, thinking it was going to go the minute that he hit the treble 17. I am so chuffed for Adam. That's nothing against Stu. I'm just so chuffed that we are starting to see a little bit of confidence to come back in Adam. We're starting to see. I'm interested to know. I'm sure he's changed his equipment from the first game.
I agree.
91.
Wholeheartedly. I don't know what it is. Obviously, the stem is a different colour. We don't know if it's a different composite. The point looks different. And sometimes the littlest change can have the biggest effect.
The other set of darts looked like a really new set of darts to me. And I just moments like that 1-5-1 just changes your confidence.
83.
And it was what he needed. It was so what he needed.
You know what they call people from Hartlepool? Monkey hangers.
100.
Yeah, I've been told in my ear that it is a completely new set of darts.
I wonder where he's got those from.
He must have had them in his repertoire of spares or something.
125. Stu, you require 161.
How many sets of darts do you travel with? Do you travel with more than one set?
3 sets, 2 different cases, 1 ready set, 1 of the cases got 2 spare sets, but everything's the same. Unless I'm going through a period of experimentation, which at the minute I'm not. But it was perfectly uniform, which is exactly like me.
140. Stu, you require 96.
Yeah, I always carry 2 sets and I always keep them in the same case. So if I lose 1 set, I lose 2 sets. So there's no real logic to that. You've just made me think about something there.
Adam, you require 62.
Here we go then for a first win in a very long time. A match dart.
Game.
And Adam Atkinson gets a win.
Adam Atkinson.
Well done, Adam. You really do deserve that. That was a superb performance. And that 151 checkout, he might look back on that checkout years from now and say, that's where I started again. He wins in that one by 4 legs to 2.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Right then, with 12 games played, we're still waiting for someone to put down a real marker in Group C. Stu Wilson's 94 average and beating Jelle Klaassen, the best we have seen so far. But now it's time for our final round of games in this session. As you can see there, Adam Atkinson getting his first victory in Group C last time out, a superb 1-5-1 en route to a 4-2 victory over Stu Wilson. Jelle Klaassen and Johan van Velzen about to go head-to-head for the 4th time this week. Van Velzen victorious on Monday, Klaassen coming out on top on Tuesday and Wednesday. Can Klaassen end the day on 8 points, or will Van Velzen join him on 6? Let's get back to Scott and Paul to find out.
Yeah, final round of matches, Abby. It's been a really interesting day so far. And with that win for Adam Atkinson, he's not out of it all of a sudden, because if he can win against Robin Berger in game 15, he'll finish on 4 points, which is where Van Velzen might finish.
First leg, it's Jelle to throw first. Game on.
Because if he loses to Jelle, Jelle goes to 8. Van Velzen stays at 4.
45.
And that just invites people in a little bit ahead of tomorrow. Now, these final round fixtures, they will be the same fixtures as round 1
60.
tomorrow from 1 o'clock local time. I hope you can join us for the early action. Klaassen
54.
first to finish with Van Velzen here, and last to start tomorrow. That will suit him, because I haven't met many people who sleep better than Jelle Klaassen. Who's the best sleeper you've met on your travels?
134.
The kind of person that you need to bring a gong to their bedroom to get them to wake up.
60.
Probably Scott Waits, actually. He sleeps like a bear. He's the hairiest man I've ever seen. And he just sleeps like a bear.
84.
And you have to just rattle something to wake him up in the morning. He's terrible.
I don't know why I've got this image now of you dangling a live salmon in front of
60.
him. Breakfast, Scott. It's time to go to darts.
Yeah. The bear and the dog rooming in the same room. It's, yeah, it's a bit weird. But, yeah, we've roomed together a couple of times for England. And, yeah, he sleeps well.
Yeah, Mark Webster's another one. I once
60.
was unpacking my
Jelle, you
stuff
require 101.
in a hotel room, and Mark was asleep by the time I had opened my toiletry case.
69. Johan, you
I
require
wish I was telling you
121.
porkies, but that's so true. He just puts his head on the pillow and he flicks a switch and he's out. This is a bullseye shot. And this is Klaassen going for a hold of throw and a 1-0 lead.
Game shot in the first leg.
And then a flash.
Jelle Klaassen.
That's exactly what he gets.
I think when I'm on England duty, I'm probably one of the earliest ones into bed.
Second leg is
I like
Johan
to,
to
I
throw
do
first.
like my sleep.
Game
There's
on.
no two ways about it. But yeah, I like to stay out as well sometimes. It just depends what mood I'm in.
60.
I think I was always the first person in bed. I was the most boring person on tour.
86.
I didn't like to say anything, but 78 people have told me that. No, not at all. I think I'm one of the most boring on tour
60.
at the minute. So, yeah. I like my rest. I think when I'm well rested, I play better.
Yeah, I'm the same.
90.
If I'm tired and agitated, I miss double after double.
How would you grade
100.
Johan's day? Because it's been fairly similar to Monday. Good start, but it has withered a little bit.
134.
Yeah, it has tailed off a little. The averages haven't. His averages are starting to creep up today, but I think
100.
And like we said earlier, if you've won your poorer games, then you're in the right place. But he's coming against probably one of the toughest opponents in the group in Jelle Klaassen, and obviously being a Dutchman,
136. Jelle requires 61.
Know all about him.
No score.
Oh, that's the peril of
Johan,
hitting
you
the
require
bullseye.
45.
He's done that on 65 on a couple of occasions this week as well, hit the bullseye. It's all about taking advantage of your opponent's mistakes.
29.
And I think you can see there how much
61.
respect he has for Klassen.
Different route.
Game
Different
shot on the
result.
second leg. Yellow
I get the
Klassen.
feeling after he's hit that, that might become the norm. That single 14 was perilously
Third leg is
close
yellow
to the
throw
double.
First. Game on.
But the result, exactly what he wanted. He does have a 2-1 winning record against
96.
JVV this week.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you.
100.
4-2 win for Johan on Monday, catching yellow a little cold. But since then,
90.
Klassen in a world of his own. 4-0 and 4-1 since then. And miraculously today, we still haven't had a 4-3.
100.
Still a couple to go after this, mate.
78.
I got a funny feeling the last game's going to be 4-3. I think Atkinson's looking forward to that game now that he's got
60.
a win. We could get anything from game 14 with Wilson and Crabtree.
80.
And Crabtree will know just what he needs to do to top this group after day one at the culmination of game 13.
140.
He currently
Yellow
leads the
require
group.
57.
On 6 points and +8.
97. Johan, you require
But if
101.
Yellow does get the 4-0 win, he's going to have to win the last match to be top.
77. Yellow, you require 60.
That's a good single.
Game shot on the
Because
third
the
leg.
flight's out the
Yellow
way.
Klassen.
He can actually use that dart as a guide because it's so close. And it is 3-0 Klassen.
Fourth leg, it's Johan to throw
So
first.
is this why
Game
we're
on.
seeing all week that yellow goes so high when he has 60 left? It's to remove the flight from the equation. We've talked about the flat dart.
54.
Maybe that is, you have something there.
Yeah, that's something that Luke Humphreys does. When he gets 60 as a checkout, he wants that single to be as high as possible.
180.
Somebody is sprinting for the line here on Thursday afternoon.
60.
He's had 9 darters hit against him, famously at a World Championship in a semi-final.
122.
By Gary Anderson. Largely seen as one of the most lackadaisical 9 darters ever hit.
140.
6 darts to get rid of 199.
59.
To give us our 4th bagel of the day. After winning his first 2 games of the day, it's possible that Johan
139. Yellow
could be in a
require
minus leg
140.
difference at the end of Thursday. Quite inconceivable when you think that after 2 games he was +7.
33.
And
Johan, you
ironically,
require
he could be
108.
losing with his biggest average of the day here, 4-0 as well.
Still has that personal best average here of 84.
40.
Exactly.
Yellow,
Just
you require
can't seem to
107.
break that mid-80s range. Double top. And
Game,
Klassen
shot,
finishes
and a
his
match.
day in
Yellow
style.
Klassen.
That's a really good performance. It's not a massive average. It's 87.13. His doubles, though, in his final 2 games, he hit 8 doubles out of 9. Amazing outer ring success for JK as he goes into Friday with 8 points.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
And just like that, we are back with the penultimate game of Group C on Thursday. That's Cam Crabtree having a little conflab with our friend from Preston, Stu Wilson. They now know what they can do with their Thursday action. Stu Wilson can finish up with 6 points, which would be... Would that be good news for Jelle Klaassen? We'll debate that in a second. But Cam Crabtree with a win in this game of 4-2 or better will mean he's at the top of the tree going into Friday at the expense of Klaassen, who has finished on 8 points and a leg difference of +9. A very good day
Stu to throw first.
for the former world champion. Where's your money on this one, Scott? This one is about as close to a 50-50 game as we've had all day.
Yeah, it sure is. It's again, how does Stu bounce back from
100.
the loss to Adam? And Cam is one of those that will know exactly what gets him to the top of the tree. And he's a go-getting young man. So like you say, this is a 50-50. It will all be decided, I think, in the first couple of legs in which way they go.
You know how certain names have stories? So if your name is Cooper, it means that your ancestors made barrels.
95.
Your name is Archer. The likelihood is that somebody from your ancestry was in an army and was pretty good with a bow and arrow.
Not drinking a peach-flavoured drink.
No.
Okay.
60.
Where does the name Crabtree come from? Because crabs don't grow on trees.
There is such a thing as a crab apple.
99.
So maybe it's something to do with that.
Are we trying to say that if Cam was a Simpsons character, he'd be Mrs. Crabapple?
Or Mrs. Tree Apple, one or the other, yes.
118. Cam, you require
I just
167.
think it's a really interesting surname. Oh, that's a really good shot.
135.
Great thinking, great execution. And yet again, he just proves how clever he is. He may be too strong for Stu Wilson.
60. Cam, you require 32.
Are
Game
we
shot on the
starting
first
to
leg.
see
Cam Crabtree.
the two strongest players in this group creating separation at the top? Because if it is to be Crabtree and Klaassen on 8,
Second leg is Cam to throw first. Game on.
we aren't going to see anybody else just 2 points behind overnight.
60.
There is a risk in this group that after round 1 tomorrow, there may be enough separation for Klaassen and Crabtree to feel very comfortable about their chances of making Saturday.
140.
So I'm going to paint a little picture for you. Klaassen beats Johan van Velsen again tomorrow. He gets to 10
40.
points. Crabtree beats Stu Wilson twice. He gets to 10 points. And it doesn't really matter what Baker and Atkinson do. All of a sudden, there's nobody within 4 points or possibly even 6 points.
I agree. My brain's hurting just thinking about it. So thank you very much for that.
Sorry about that.
I'm going to continue to enjoy this game if you don't mind.
Is that a nice little tonic, that 180? We're talking about a young man who can average
140.
sky high. And he's not afraid to either. There are people out there who sometimes
91.
are afraid to be
Stu, you
good.
require 121.
Not these young players.
Oh, no. They're not afraid to be good against anybody they wish it to turn out on. It's, don't get me wrong, they're still respectful, but I think they're respectful once they've beaten you as well.
Oh, great dart.
105.
Almost gets a great finish.
Stu, you require 76.
I think Stu knows that this has to go.
Game shot in the second
great
leg.
shot.
Stu Wilson.
Yeah, super shot from Stu Wilson there.
Third leg, it's Stu to throw first.
And it was
Game
a
on.
Immediate break back as well from him.
$60.
There's like a bit of yellow. Flight shirt. I wonder if that's got some sort of connotation with either where he's from or
45.
some form of sports team that he supports.
Perhaps he's a Dave Chisnell fan.
Ah, indeed. Just up the road in Morecambe.
60.
He's been given a bit of a nasty draw at the match play.
Yeah, I did see that. I'm a bit of a Dave Chisnell fan, I've got to say. I met him when he was in his infancy in a pub in St Helens one day for a practice on the back of Carl Holden, saying, could you come and have a look at this fella? I think we found this fella that can play a bit. Walked in and it was our Chizzy. Shell suit bottoms.
140.
T-shirt.
Sounds about right.
Looked at me and said, I thought you were bringing somebody that plays on telly here. I've never seen this fella on the telly.
60.
Started on me straight away, he did. Brilliant. We've been mates ever since from that day to this. Top man.
I remember practicing with Dave actually in St Helens, and his brother walked in, and they called each other Chizzy.
100.
I was getting really confused. It's like walking into some sort of Chisnell other world.
140.
Like Beverly
Stu,
Hills
require
Cop where you got Uncle
141.
Dave. You got the Chizzies.
I think Crabtree is starting to knit together a performance that could be the best of the day if he
85.
keeps
Can you require
this sort
116?
of positivity. Oh, 60's blocked, so he's going to persevere. And earlier, we both said that maybe the 16s is the route, but what do we know?
100.
What do we know?
Stu, you require 56.
Just let him get on with it. Nico, just let him get on with it. But that could all be in vain if Wilson takes this 56.
Game shot in the third
lovely
leg.
shot.
Stu Wilson.
Well, here's me waxing lyrical about Crabtree, and he's behind.
Fourth leg, it's Cam to throw first.
And
Game
even
on.
the stone-faced Crabtree was saying to me with that expression, oh, okay, so this is what it's going to be like, is it? So let's play this kind of game.
180.
2 180s in the game. 50% on doubles and averaging 107, and he's behind.
100.
But I'll be very surprised if for the rest of the year I see a game
100
that is anything like James Wade against Luke Humphreys last week, where James averaged 109, had 10 maximums, and lost. I still can't get my head around it.
100.
No, I saw that. I saw the result and then watched it back and was thinking, wow.
140.
They're saying you have to be a young man to be able to do that. That's the best bit. And I think that the game is moving forward so fast, and maybe we're going to have to change the distances and put everybody back at 8 foot to give the board a chance.
140.
That would definitely play into
Can you
Stephen
require
Bunting's
81?
wheelhouse, because he can throw from 8 feet as well. Bullseye. He's not going to go for it. Interesting.
49. Stu, you require
He thinks you
161.
can't hit this, Stu.
He caught our spotters out. They all thought he was going straight for it.
The calculated risk, and that's something that a lot of young players
95.
are starting to clue
Can
up
you
to.
require 32. Game shot on the
2-2.
fourth leg.
Great
Cam
game.
Crabtree.
By far and away the best accumulative average that we've seen so far today. That being
Fifth leg, it's Stu
both
to throw first.
players' averages
Game on.
added together. It's currently sitting at 195. Speaking of other games I'll never forget, do you remember when Boris
100.
Koltsov played Mike Warburton during COVID? And Boris had a 116. And Warburton lost the game with a 110.
95.
I will never forget that game as long as I live. More so because Boris had the world's best curtains.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you mention Boris, I always think of those curtains. I don't think of anything else. And I don't mean the hairstyle. I mean actual curtains.
Yeah. British Racing Green. And they look like they were made of velvet.
Very stylish. If you had them in a camper van, you'd think you'd got the best camper van in the world.
90.
It would add a bit of weight to that camper van.
My wife used to work for Mostyn's, the curtain company, who are no longer around. But yeah, velvet curtains, very heavy. I know that. Can't a few of those
80.
around.
Well, this is the round of play on Thursday that brings the curtain down.
60.
How has that not gotten the 60? Is this going to be one of those games for Cam where he plays well throughout and ultimately loses it? He'll be hoping not.
45.
256, you think, smacking a 140 here and a 116 checkout seems easy enough.
100.
But it's beyond him on this occasion. Best finish of the day was in the previous Adam Atkinson performance, beating Stu Wilson with that colossal 151, which changed the entire match.
43. Cam, you require 156.
So, Crabtree for the 156. Not to go this time. You're looking to make a dent in it.
59.
His good pal Owen Bates, when he was here a couple of weeks ago, took out a couple of monstrous finishes on his opening night in Group B. Took out a 144 and a 148.
85. Cam, you require 97.
Double top.
Game
He
shot
has
on the
the
fifth
lead.
leg. Cam Crabtree.
He's had problems and he's trying to hide his celebration there. He doesn't want to give away how he feels. But one more leg on throw.
Sixth leg is Cam
and he
to
will
throw
top
first.
the table going
Game
into
on.
Friday. And it will also give Stu Wilson a bucket full of problems in trying to get the top two on Friday as well. It will be a 4-point
76.
cushion. Not just for Klassen, but for Crabtree as well. Atkinson plays bigger in the last game. The best they can do is 4 points.
81.
You were saying earlier, Scott, that you didn't really want to look at the table
45.
when you were in the middle of a Group C campaign, but some of these other stars, do they want to know? Were people in your group wanting to know?
I think some of them were, yeah, but I really wasn't interested. I had no idea where I was overnight.
100.
I didn't even know. I know I'd won 3 from 2, but I really didn't want to know. I knew I was going to be there and thereabouts, but I also knew that I had James Hurrell the next day and I had to beat him
100.
to give myself any chance of qualifying first game next day, which is lovely when you know that the fixtures are reversed. So you know in what order you've got them. And I had the 2 top players on that week who were above me in the first 2 games. So once I'd beaten those, I knew that I was there and thereabouts to qualify.
85.
That game you had with James on the Thursday, that was remarkable.
Yeah, I was just hanging on in there. I think if he'd have hit a tops, I think he'd have taken the record average then, you know. So
60.
I was just pleased to get over the line on him on a Friday. James and I like that. He hit a 9-darter against me at the Challenge Tour this year, and I still beat him 5-4 or something and he had a 9-darter. So we just have ripping games like that. We enjoy playing one another. The pace is great.
99.
And there's no animosity.
Stu require
we're good mates. So
120.
That's good. Is this going to be good? That's the perfect start. To tops.
100.
But not in. And Crabtree
Cam, you require 96.
has got the number 1 spot in his sights. That's in. And so is
Game,
that.
shot, and
a
the match,
wonderful
Cam
finish
Crabtree.
from Cam Crabtree. And because he wins by 4 legs to 2, that means that he will have a double digits leg difference in the positive going into Friday's play in Group C. And how has he done that with almost a 97 average and 67% on the doubles? One of the best performances of the entire week, right at the right time.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where I'm now joined by the man who sits top of the Group C table, Cam Crabtree. Not a bad way to round off the day's play either with your best performance.
No, that wasn't. It was all right. I haven't got going how I'd have liked all day, so to be in the position I'm in, I'm quite happy with that, and hopefully tomorrow I build on that.
And one thing I did notice, especially during that game against Stu, when you celebrate, you like to keep it to yourself. Is that a conscious effort to do so?
Yeah, sometimes you need to. Checking out the 96, it was important for the game because of the way Stu had left himself. So I was apologetic afterwards because Stu's a nice guy, and you know it's not the nicest way to be. But I had that adrenaline I had to get out. So yeah, I apologise, but you have to try and, you know.
Absolutely. And how do you reflect on today's play overall? Because as you mentioned off air, you weren't at your best, but you've still managed to get 8 points.
Yeah, no, I've had to really try today, which you're trying all the time, but it's been more of a task, and you know I'm using new darts, which I'm really happy with, but you've got to learn how they act and react to different things. So I've really enjoyed it, and I've ground out some good results, and hopefully tomorrow I can build on that.
Yeah, and it's important to build on that because next week you've got 2 more days in Leicester playing in Players' Championship events. So how important has that experience been? Because we've seen you beat the likes of Damon Heta, Schindler in Players' Championship events. That must be helping you develop a lot.
Yeah, definitely. This year, for me, was all about development. I wasn't too fussed. I wanted my card, but I wasn't too fussed about it. My main goal was to win an event, which I've done, hopefully get onto the Pro Tour, which I've done, and do well here, which I did last time, and hopefully I can build on that from today and do well tomorrow and hopefully Saturday.
Yeah, and one thing you've done well twice today, when it seems like you've blocked the top sped. We're going to show you a clip of it now. It looked as though you had blocked your path through 2 tops, and you've still managed to find a way through. You did this twice in the match. There was another occasion as well. I think we're going to show you that now. That must give you such a confidence boost when you're still able to find your way through.
It sounds silly. It's actually something I practice on because I know that the way my darts land, I often block tops. So I practice throwing from a ridiculous distance away, left and right, just on the off chance that happens. So I felt comfortable once I'd moved, but it does look like I've thrown from a mile away.
It is certainly paying off at the moment. Congratulations, you are top at the halfway stage. We look forward to seeing you back in action tomorrow. We do, of course, still have one more match to be completed, so we're going to hand back over to our commentary team to get it done.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you, Abby. Great to hear from Cam, who's had a top day today, and he is going to be the top dog going into Friday. So congratulations to Mr. Crabtree. And now we turn our attention to the other side of the table. We have 2 players on 2 points, and one of these people is going to have the wooden spoon at the end of the day, but it'll just be on loan, just for a period of 24 hours.
First leg, it's Robin to
Let's
throw
find
first.
out who can
Game
get
on.
2 wins from the day, and someone will have to settle for 1. Robin's only win today against Johan van Velsen by 4 legs to 2.
80.
And Adams, in his previous performance, beating Stu Wilson by 4 legs to 2. I'm going to say it one more time before the climax of the day. We haven't had a 4-3 yet. I think we're about to get one.
And I'm going to say,
45.
I think this is as big a 50-50 a game as the last one was.
I'd have to agree. You know what some people have been saying to me the last few days?
29.
They think Robin Baker looks like Roger Federer. I think that's a monstrous compliment.
What, to Roger Federer?
See what you did there. And I see what he did there as well.
180.
Imagine being told that you look like one of the greatest sports people in history.
100.
I thought I saw him in the Royal Box the other night at Wimbledon, didn't I?
He was with Princess of Wales.
Indeed, yes.
Friends in high places. Pretty high up that box.
Never been there.
81.
Me either. Our good friend Charlie Costafine, he's been this week.
Has he indeed?
He can tell you all about
44.
it later. What's the greatest sporting event you've ever been to? And the Super Series doesn't count.
Good question. I've been to Speedway Grand Prix at Cardiff with over 50,000
97.
people. They were really good. I've been to the old Wembley to see Bournemouth lose to Grimsby in the Auto Windscreen
97.
Shield, I think.
Adam, you require 98.
I don't know. And I've been to Thruxton for the British Superbikes. That was pretty amazing. Those speeds of those bikes, and it's the fastest track in the world. So there's been a few, but I'll probably say the Superbikes are the ones that I really enjoyed most, actually.
62. Robin, you require
Someone's going to be
151.
speeding by. Oh, look, it's a 151. This is the checkout that changed Adam's day. And he's starting to look a bit
58.
more like the
Adam, you
Adam that we
require 36.
were looking at maybe a year ago when he came to Southampton for the very first time.
Game shot on the first
17
leg.
darts
Adam Atkinson.
is very steady. Break of throw, and it looks
Second leg
by
is
the
Adam to
minute
throw first. Game
like
on.
he might be the person to walk away with 4 points instead of 2 today. The biggest sporting event I've been to, people-wise, was at the Melbourne Cricket Ground.
40.
Western Bulldogs versus Collingwood. And it was a playoff game in the Australian rules football. And there were over 90,000 people there. It was quite
41.
astonishing just seeing that many people in the same stadium.
Probably the biggest event that I've been to is probably I went to see Bon Jovi, then the last concert ever held in the old Wembley Stadium before they knocked it down. And that was absolutely
65.
rammed and a most amazing concert. And I remember running across the pitch because we had floor tickets and trying to get near the front, and we managed to get near the front.
70.
And it was an amazing day, just amazing day. And there, obviously they took 80,000 in the seats without the pitch, so probably I'd say 100,000, maybe 90,000 there at the day. That was a massive event.
And that's amazing in itself when there's so many people there and you can barely see another person or make them out. And then you can come to somewhere like this where you can see everybody's faces. That's why this is such an intimate sporting atmosphere when you come to watch Super Series darts. You are planning to try and get here on Saturday night. That is what you need to scan.
100.
Alternatively, go to dartshop.tv online and you can find the availability to get here for a finals night. And indeed, you could book tickets for the Champions Night on August 5th. They will not be there for long, if indeed at all. They may even be sold out as we speak, because you get the feeling that night is going to be quite something in the heart of the summer. How are the confidence levels of Robin at the end of this first day of Group C? It's looking very unlikely that he's going to progress to Saturday night. But Adam, if he wins this game and manages to beat
80.
Robin again tomorrow, he'll only be 2 points behind. Very much back in the reckoning.
$56. Adam, you require 97.
Come away with 2 wins today, he will sleep very well this evening.
Well put. I concur 100%. It'll make that drive all the way from Teesside to the bottom part of Hampshire
39.
very beneficial. I know that when he lost, it was back in week 7.
59.
And that streak
Adam, you require
came about where he lost
58.
24 games from 25. That drive back to Hartlepool, that will have felt very lonely and very empty. Double 10 to double the lead.
48. Robin, you require 147.
We know the game is all about dips and troughs. And how you come out of those dips dictates how you are as a player
91.
for the next
Adam, you
period
require
of your
10.
playing life.
Well said. It looks like he's got a bit of a shovel at the minute. Starting to dig his way out. Double 1.
8.
Robin has been
Robin,
given
you
a freebie
require
here
56.
to get back into the game. This is for an 8-visit break of throw. And he's got every right to castigate
25.
himself there. He's made 2,
Adam, you require
even
2.
3 big mistakes. Patience and poise being tested.
Game
he's
shot
put
on
to
the
the
second
sword.
leg. Adam Atkinson.
One of the worst legs of the day, but Adam won't think so.
No, that's all part of digging Adam
Third
out.
leg, it's Robin to throw
of where he's
first.
been.
Game on.
You can see there's a little spring in his step returning. Frustration's still there at times,
100.
but it's not that glum face that he's been having at the start of the day. And this is a massive turnaround from where he started the day, where he looked to be struggling so badly, and swapped darts
100.
to a different set. And a change of luck and a change of fortune came along with them.
If you look at his first 3 averages
26.
today, I genuinely thought he was going to lose all 5. 62, 73, 68. More of what we were seeing a couple of weeks ago. Isn't it funny how
45.
certain performances will just live in your memory? You think about putting in a big average here or beating a certain opponent,
99.
having a great little spell. But the weird thing is, an 82 average in beating Stu Wilson might just be the game that changes his year? It doesn't sound spectacular at all.
38.
But it may be the game that changes it.
It kind of is changing him already, because now when he hits those scores that are lower, he's reacting.
56.
Before, he wasn't even reacting because he felt that those were the scores that he was going to hit. Now he's disappointed to hit those scores because he's been doing better than that.
And one thing he has been doing is he's hitting less single ones. The darts are cooperating better.
134.
Without doubt. And I would advise him with that second set of darts to start practicing with those and turn them into the first set of darts, because if the new set that he had in the first games were too grippy, he needs to wear the grip off of them, and that the only way you'll do that is by practicing with them.
100. Robin, you require 80.
This is a key shot in this match. Oh, well, there were two things that couldn't happen
22.
There. Hit the ball or
Adam,
not hitting the 25.
84.
Maybe that's a signal of how his day is going to end. If Atkinson hits the bull here, it'll make Robin feel particularly salty. But he doesn't even get a shot at it.
28. Robin, you require 58.
Top of the shop.
Game
And he
shot
does
on
find the
third
corner.
leg. Robin Baker.
So there you go. It's not a question of hitting the middle every time. Just ask Cam Crabtree with that double 18
Fourth leg
hit
is Adam to
lead
throw
double
first.
top
Game on.
at the end of the previous game.
And more importantly, we're still on for your 4-3, Nico.
I could
85.
speak to the likes of Chris Murphy and Henry Deakin and yourself, Chris Mason, Abigail Davis. If anybody can remember a day of 15 games
100.
where we didn't get a 4-3, then you're a better analyst than I am, because I cannot remember one. Hartlepool's been in the news recently, hasn't it? Because of their favourite son, Jeff Stelling. He's no longer doing his famous soccer programme on a Saturday afternoon.
41.
I don't think there's been any more famous people come from Hartlepool. Not in the last century, anyway. And that is the football club that is mimicked by his dart shirt.
There is somebody more famous that's come from
85.
Hartlepool. His name is Super Steve Fletcher, and he scored the goal to keep Bournemouth in the Football League. And he's 17 years at the club. He's still at the club now as a coach, and we absolutely adore him.
24.
And he's from Hartlepool, Super Steve Fletcher.
Oh, there you go.
I used to watch him from the terraces, and then he's become a friend now, and we got each other's phone number. And yeah, what a top lad.
54.
A legend in Bournemouth, an absolute legend. And that's probably why most people in Bournemouth know where Hartlepool is, because of Super Steve Fletcher.
96.
Interesting times ahead at Bournemouth. Going to be an interesting year for them next year in footballing terms. Only been there a couple of times myself. What a beautiful place.
100.
We like it. We like it. You know, it's, yeah, I thought the whole world was like our area, but it doesn't seem like
85.
it with the New Forest and the
Adam, you
sandy
require
beaches.
77.
And now I've travelled, I've seen that. Yeah.
Have you been to Hartlepool?
No, I've had no call to go to Hartlepool.
Or maybe Adam will invite you if he hits this double top.
$37. Robin, you require 155.
This will be out of the clear blue sky, just like Adam's 151.
41. Adam, you require
It's going to be
40.
a real test of Robin's mental fortitude overnight. If he was to lose this game as well. He is 3-1 down.
Atkinson.
And he has got his back against the wall now.
But he does have the darts.
Fifth leg, it's Robin to throw first. Game
Robin
on.
to try and take this back to 2-1. To 3-1. Take his score from 1 to 2, sorry, not 2-1.
44.
Atkinson looks to be throwing a little harder with the
89.
confidence that he's been finding.
$121.
Vega hits him with a 1-2-1 there. His own throw. Stop the throw being turned.
42.
Which he's comfortably done.
$80.
Start there from Vega. Some of the things he's got to sharpen up on.
$140.
It's a nice start when they sit there. Usually slides one
60.
under. That one's too far under for Vega. Adam Atkinson will be looking to reduce this 230 down to under a ton, but that's going to be difficult and impossible actually for now. He's hit the big 5.
85. $58. Adam, you require 145.
So Atkinson has turned the darts to his favour. Right on the wire with the first 2.
48.
Tried
Robin,
to
you
knock the
require
5 off
138.
with his last dart. It's not to be.
$40. Adam, you require 97.
So Atkinson treble 19. Going to hit 3 19s
57.
to leave himself double top.
Robin, you require 98.
Put the pressure onto Baker to say, you've got to hit this 98 to stop this match going my way.
58. Adam, you require 40.
That's Atkinson for his second win of the day. Needs to go slightly closer.
Game,
and
shot,
there it is.
and the match. Adam Atkinson.
Adam Atkinson wins his second match of the day. He comes off the foot of the table. There are the averages. Nothing too much to write home about, but that won't make any difference to Adam Atkinson. He will take his second win of the day. He will take coming off the bottom of the table. Let's sat up to the balcony for some analysis from Abby and Nico.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Scott. Paul, we have to start with Adam Atkinson because we were all talking about the torrid run he was on here at the Super Series. To respond in the way he has done and to win his last 2 games, it shows a lot about his resilience.
It does, and I think it shows a lot about the people around him as well when Stu Wilson actually congratulates him off the stage when the whole thing is over, because nobody wants to see someone going through the torrid stuff that he's been through the last few days that he's been here. But ultimately, we have to say this is hard. This is really difficult when you're playing these players day in, day out, game in, game out. It's a very tough thing to do. And every now and again, you're going to be in those torrents. And by the fact that he's digging himself out of these now, just goes to show what he's all about.
Yeah, and that 151 that we're seeing on the screen at the moment, that was the real turning point for him, wasn't it?
Monstrously, because if you think about how he's played up until this point, he's not played that well today. But this shot, we could look back on this months from now and say that's where he's really started to rebuild himself.
Absolutely. Let's have a look then. Confirmation at all of today's results that we've seen. Some really, really crucial ones. Which ones stand out for you going forward? Because I think when I spoke to Cam Crabtree, he said he looked at the average and he thought, I didn't think I played anywhere near that level today. He was very much aware that despite being below par for much of the day, being on 8 points, he's very, very fortunate.
I look at the way he played against Stu Wilson, and if you think about the complexity of the group going into that one, with Klassen already finishing on 8 points, he's almost got to keep pace with him and try and create separation between himself and the rest of the field. He looked more relaxed in that game than he did in any other. So when the pressure's on, he seems to relax. So that, for me, is why that performance stands out.
And he really is benefiting, isn't he? As I mentioned in that interview, he's got another 2 days in Leicester next week on the Pro Tour. He's really, really benefiting from that.
Yeah, I think having this freedom to play here, to play on the Development Tour, the Challenge Tour, the Pro Tour, you can go wherever you want and just pick up pounds and, rack up the savings and ultimately get the kind of experience that players like me and Scott Mitchell and Chris Mason took years to get. You had to travel the world to try and get more opportunities. But now, opportunities for players like Cam, they're coming within a 100-mile radius.
And how do you think Stu Wilson will reflect on his day's play? Because we saw one of the highest averages of the day, of course, against Jelle Klaasen, took out this fantastic 126 on the ball. How do you think he'll reflect on the whole, though?
I think he'll be okay with what he's done today. Ultimately, he's fallen a little bit short when it comes to points. But if he can have a good, strong start tomorrow, he can find himself in a pretty good position. This is a superb find against an opponent who ultimately is towards the top of the table today. That was a great checkout from Stu.
Yeah, he's near the top of the table. As for Robin Bager, he is at the bottom, just the one win to his name. The one thing I will praise him for, though, his demeanour hasn't changed at all. He doesn't drop his head.
I think he knows what this is all about for him. I did question when his name was put on the roster as to whether this was coming just a little bit too soon. But ultimately, that 130 checkout was an absolute thunderbolt in that game. But anything he does here is just giving him the experience to move on to what he wants to do in 3, 4, 5 years' time. I think sometimes we judge these young continental stars a bit too early. Max Hopp, for instance, from Germany, who's the only person from Germany to win a PDC title. He's got 2 of them. He made his debut on the European Tour at the age of 16. And sometimes we just forget that it takes a bit longer for certain people to do that.
Yeah, and it really is a tough school because we see that 130 checkout and then Jelle Klaasen responded with a 180 of his own. So I think he's learning a thing or two. We can have a look then. Confirmation of the Group C stand-ins at the halfway stage. It is Cam Crabtree. I knew I was going to get it wrong at some point today. Cam Crabtree leading the way on 8 points thanks to his superior leg difference over Jelle Klaasen. Would you say it's going to be those two who progress?
Unless somebody has a perfect day tomorrow, someone like Stu or Adam or possibly Johan, judging on the statistics and what I've seen from this week, I think Cam and Jelle are going to make it through. They look more likely. They're retaining levels that other people just aren't doing on a consistent basis. And they're more explosive as well. From Cam and Jelle, you're going to get those big outs. You're going to get those little clusters of 180s coming together. And that's why I think those two are going to qualify alongside Chris Landman.
Yeah, we do, of course, have another session coming up for you this evening as Group B gets underway. Fallon Sherrick in action, Lucas Weinig as well. It really is going to be an explosive session of darts. Who are you most looking forward to seeing?
Fallon, because she's playing really well at the minute. Won a women's series event recently, and I know that this lead up towards the defence of her Women's World Match Play Championship is really important. And ultimately, she's got a great engine. She's got a high level of performance. She's a big 180 hitter, and she hits big outs. And that's what we want to see on a Thursday and a Friday night.
Yeah, and she's been saying recently as well that she's responding well. Bo Greaves, Lisa Ashton, and the likes taking a lot of that pressure off it. And we're really starting to see now she is playing with a lot more freedom again.
She is. I think when you come here and you're on your own and she can have a little bit of freedom away from exterior pressures, whether that's family life, whether it's, you know, all of the social media content about, you know, her getting the MBA and things like that. She can come here and just play. And I think she understands, because of the amount of experience she's got for someone under the age of 30, playing on the dartboard gives it its own freedom. And I just think she wants to go up there, play, and forget about the whole world. And she plays better than most.
She most certainly does. She will be in action along with 4 other players from 10 p.m. this evening. Make sure you come and join us for the start of Group B.
This week so far. Let me just give you the tale of the tape in regards to the action that you have seen so far tonight. See, Paul Nicholson up on the balcony said that Niall Cullerton's got a habit of beating players who average better than him. In that case, he is going to need to do that again. Running averages for tonight, John Henderson 92.38.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
Niall Cullerton 86.81, so just to case that point that he's going to have to repeat that form. Best finish of the night for John Henderson, 105 against the 82 of Niall Cullerton. Checkout percentages, 57% for John Henderson against the 37 in Niall Cullerton, and that is Niall Cullerton's first 180 of the night. What a time to do 83. That.
He hasn't been a very good 180 hitter this week. In fact, he's been one of the worst of all of the players. Well, the fact of the matter is, if you are going to find them, you might as well save them for the final game, the 104th game of the week. Like I said to Henry, Matt, when you start on Monday morning and you've got 6 players in Group A, if you offer to all of those players the opportunity to play somebody 7 times in a week, you would take it, because you know that you'll be playing them in either a semi-final
no, you require 121.
Simple as that. Hot start for Cully. Did he go for the 11s there? He did. I think he's drawn a line in the sand with himself and said, right, I'm going to go full throttle here. I'm going to go for my shots, whether John's on a finish or not.
140. No, you require 28.
For the opening leg of the final. 214s. Getting closer. Moves to the right. So he can really open up the arm and try and use the darts that are in the board.
Niall Cullerton.
Niall Cullerton gets his first leg on the board like he got his first 180, which was the point I was trying to make before, once again, like Fallon Sherritt did in the last.
Second leg is John to throw first.
Rudely interrupted by brilliance. Henderson 6 180s for the night so far.
And obviously Niall won the bullseye in the practice room, giving him the start.
59.
And in every scenario, you will take the darts. In a longer format match, we've seen people say you go first.
58.
But you don't do that here. Niall won it and took it. Hendo has been
140.
in a very different zone over the last couple of days. He has not lost tonight. He only lost
100.
one game yesterday to Fallon Sherritt, and that was to her averaging around 98. That's the kind of range that maybe will overtake him.
121.
And Cullerton's only delivered that kind of level in small doses, maybe for 1 or 2 legs at a time.
43.
Not for an entire match all week.
28.
Average for this evening, 86.81. Pretty much exactly what we're saying he runs at all the time. Mid-80s average.
125.
If he is to take another
John,
step, he's probably going to have to
153.
find 5 more on that all
Thank
the
you.
time. But we're not talking about all the time right now. We're talking about right now. If he can dish out a 90 to 95 average in this game,
85.
he will give himself a chance unless John finds more of what he's done tonight. Because at times, like you coined earlier, Matt, he has had those little
33.
spells of
John, you require
unplayable.
68.
Single 8 for tops.
28.
That wire was
Now you
bent
require 142.
by his dart. It's not going to be one of the finishes of the week, which you guys voted as the 130 for Jared
38.
Cole. Well done, guys, because you were absolutely
John, you
right.
require 40.
Yeah, fully agree with that one. Although right now, this will feel like finish of the week for John Henderson. Because everything is
Game shot on the second
amplified.
leg. John Henderson.
Even the 40s, even the little 42s, it all just means so much more. It makes
Third
it
leg,
so
it's now
much
to throw
harder.
first. Game on.
It's a weird scenario for John and for Niall, actually. They've both put themselves through the
41.
mill this week. 15 games played each, Monday to Wednesday. Then another 8 over the next couple of days.
40.
That makes 26 games they've played this week. This is a bruising schedule. And the reward for winning this game is not just £2,500 more than what they have right now. It is the possibility to do the same again next week. For a somewhat amplified
56.
amount. Just going to go back to a point I made a little bit
100.
earlier. He has not changed his darts all night. That tells me that this colour of barrel, this colour of flight and stem combination is what he genuinely wants
93.
to use.
Part of that, though, could come down to the fact that he's winning matches. Why would you change when you're winning? And I think the
125.
fact he's winning and he's playing well and he's winning those big moments.
Yeah, don't change a winning formula. It's pretty simple.
27.
Endo's coming up dry in leg 3. So far, this is turning out to be Endo's worst performance for a couple of days.
95.
He had his worst average at the back end of Thursday night. It was a mid-70s average.
45.
And after
Now
that,
you require 80.
he said he was just a little embarrassed by it. And the feed-on effect for what he did on Friday was,
40.
well, it was floor shaking because he was incredible the first 2 games of Friday. But what did you say earlier in the week, Matt?
45.
There is no tomorrow.
Now you require 40. Game shot on the third leg.
2-1
Now
Cullerton, and it's following the pattern of who throws first. Has Hendo
Fourth
got
leg,
anything
it's
left
John
in
to
the
throw
tank?
first.
Because
Game
this
on.
game is being played on Cullerton's terms.
And the thing is, when we've looked at this time of night, this ain't Hendo hour.
58.
All week. We've got a good read on this now. We've had 5 days. 5 days of play. This isn't just once. I say something happens once, okay. 2, it's a concern. 3, it's a pattern. 5, it's a problem.
So many times we see weekly titles won not by the best player,
59,
but by the person who can endure. And if there is a word to describe this guy this week, is that he's endured
140.
lots of matches that he could possibly have lost. And he's come out shining. He's not bothered by big averages. He just wants to get the points.
140.
But this is not about points. The points are gone. The group stages are gone. This is the sprint to the finish.
122.
This is to join the likes of Osborne and Justin Smith and Raymond Smith and Jim McEwen and the rest.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Niall Cullerton is making a charge.
100.
This is a big leg from Cullerton. He's hit 2 trebles with every visit so far. He only needs 1. He's going to get a double in this one.
Hendo's going to get 1 look at something
59.
like this.
John, you require 144.
Not close. He's getting a lot of encouragement from the audience. It's a very different atmosphere here. You can hear
78.
everything that people say. It's not white noise.
48.
But Niall's trying to keep the Hendo fans quiet. And he's doing a very good job of it as well, because that is a 14 darter. And he will now have multiple opportunities to serve it out.
2 of the legs of the 3 that are possible to play, Niall Cullerton will throw first.
5th leg, it's Niall to throw
If
first.
we are talking about odds, if we are talking about probabilities, Niall Cullerton has just become a huge favourite to win week 12, the final week of Super Series
97.
2, the final chance to qualify for Champions Week.
We did break the news to you, of course, before this final that Graham Usher and Adam Warner cannot participate. That's because they now have PDC Tour cards. Scott Walters has now been confirmed as
60.
a participant for next week because of his statistics in the reserve column. As for who will join
99.
him, will it be Niall or John? The other participant, TBC.
100.
We will have the news of that person as well coming up. Hendo's fighting now. He needs to find 3 straight legs to stay in Portsmouth for another week.
100. John, you require 143.
Jared Cole had a shot at this, but he went 19s first. That was in his semi-final against Cullerton. Coley's biggest finish of this entire week is 157.
43. No, you require
This is a little bit easier
144.
because you concentrate 2 dots on the same treble. That treble. But he can't get a second. He fancied it.
A match saving, a week saving
96.
opportunity
John, you
for
require
Hendo.
100.
Gonna get 2. His favourite tops.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
That
John Henderson
is a good, clean kill from John Henderson, who had his backs up against the ropes. He was boxed into the corner. Niall Cullerton sat on 48 for the match, and John Henderson finds a 100 finish.
You said, Matt, that Niall had 2 chances to serve it out. The first chance is gone. Can Hendo take us the distance
85.
in what's been a pulsating evening? He has not been a weekly champion with us
22.
before. He doesn't know how to get across the line. Or should I say, he hasn't done it before. So he can't draw on any experience.
135.
Is there anything in the way of experience that John can draw on coming into this?
Oh, absolutely. John Henderson won the World Cup of Darts. What's the format of the singles of the World Cup of Darts?
Best of 7 legs. And he was really strong in those singles as well.
45.
Big positive experience over this format. Knows how to dig deep. Is digging deep.
I think the adrenaline's starting to kick back in.
125.
This won't be his second wind. It might be his 15th over the last 3 weeks.
Said he was boxed into the corner. He isn't just coming out swinging, he's coming out windmilling.
John, you require
He's giving it everything he's got for one last push. One last opportunity to loft that big novelty
60.
check up into the air with his name on it.
I think Niall's got his
60.
mind on the next
John,
leg
you
already.
require 96.
Maybe just a matter of seconds away. Just going to lay it up. I think with Niall on 2-3-4 here, that maybe going the 16s route was the right play. 71. If he'd have gone treble 16, he would have had a shot at double 14, but a single, and then he could have gone for the big 20 and just lay up for tops. Whereas now he's got to lay up for tops with one of the darts he's about to burn.
58.
It just so happens that Niall is not on a finish, and it doesn't really matter. To take us the distance.
18.
He's not there yet.
Niall, you feel, is already starting to think
120.
of the next leg.
John,
and
you
if John
require
Henderson can hit his
40.
favourite tops, it will be all on the next leg, the last leg.
Game
and
shot
we
on the
came here on
leg.
Monday.
John Henderson.
3 groups ahead of us. Group A went the distance. Group B went the distance. Group C went
Seven
the
and
distance.
final leg. It's Niall
So it
to
only
throw
seemed
first.
fitting that the final game, the
Game
big
on.
game for the big check, goes all the way to a deciding leg.
This night has delivered. I think we're all going to need a lie down after this. Whoever wins this leg might not sleep tonight.
140.
And you'll take that start every single time. Immediate pressure on Henderson.
100.
He's not far behind. But Cullerton, with a half-dart lead, is looking to back up the 140.
82.
What a lovely last dart that is.
We know Niall Cullerton's an emotional man. We've seen it come out of him. And you just feel right now that he's just trying to bottle it
96.
off, trying to stay composed. You know the heart rate will be going. He knows what this means. He's been in the Super Series many times. And what a rapid increase in
100.
performance from the Niall Cullerton we saw before Christmas.
Henderson is not going to get to a finish. But how close can he get to Niall's position?
100.
He's been just behind all leg. He's having to wait for a Cullerton mistake. Is that it?
27.
The only bright side is that Cullerton has found his way to a finish.
Big 3 darts. Needs a treble.
93.
Big treble.
No,
we
you require
know 112 is in
152.
Hendo range.
It is. And that was a big finish he hit against Fallon Sherrick the other night. However, it's not in his hands.
120.
The Werewolf has missed a dart for the weekly title on
John,
double
you
16 and a
require
152.
112.
Can Henderson hit the 112? He gets a dart at tops. And he's hit it! Henderson wins with a biggie!
And the winner of the MODUS Super
And he
Series,
wins week
week
12 in the same sort of way that Chris Mason won week 12
Henderson.
in Super Series 1. Cullerton is devastated, and he has every right to be. because he missed double 16 to win the whole thing, and the Highlander has done it. What an evening, pulsating from start to finish. And even though the averages in that game were only mid-80s, that was a pulsating contest from start to finish.